This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. Good evening and welcome to the Kingdom of Nye. not really, that's Art Bell. Yeah. What's going on? Oh, the first thing I wanted to say before we, right when we get started here is, the DK Rec, I think I don't know what name they like to be called. D and K Rec. They're making more of these boxes and coasters. Those are pretty sweet, right? I mean, come on. Like that, and then freak, and then you get your name put on there. And there you go. And it also, they send a small portion over to my channel too, so that helps out at the end of the month as well. So there you go. All right, so I don't know what email, I put an email in the description. I don't know if that's the right one or what at this point. Yeah. Derek and Casera. There you go. Also, on the Grifters channel, there's a guy over there that says I have a criminal record. Listen, I actually challenge you to go find a criminal record of me. I've never been arrested. Not once did an officer even pull out handcuffs, unlike the grifter, who seems to have his handcuffs put on him once or twice a year. But I've never had that in my life. I know that makes me boring. And I must not be able to talk about true crime because I've never been arrested. Okay, but no, I've never been arrested. Go check it out if you want to. Go look it up. Feel free, go try to find something. There is nothing. I've never been arrested. The only times I've been pulled over was, I think I've been speeding 3 or 4 times in my life. It's not too bad, and almost 40 years of driving. I did get in a small accident once, had to go to court. So that's what I'm trying to tell you is, they can go and invent something, but here's what I know for sure. Just like all the other clowns out there, as soon as they make something like that up, I'll immediately be able to disprove it because it won't be true. And the reason I know that is because I'm me. You remember how I used to have to say that all the time? Yeah, that's all he does is copy what's going on my channel. Every single day. He doesn't have his own network or ability. It's kind of freaky. Yeah. Yeah. And it was weird. There were some people from my channel that went over there and like, hey, great video, Greeno. It's like, God, that's so embarrassing. Well, it wasn't great video. It was thanks for talking about this case. It's like, I mean, you understand the guy is a complete con man, right? I mean, you guys get that, right? Like, factually a con man. You get that, right? It's unreal. Yeah. But there was, one of the freaks was in there commenting, this guy goes, well, Gray has a criminal record too. If he keeps it up, I'm going to go ahead. Listen, go ahead. I want you to because I'll be able to debunk you into oblivion right after that. Okay? Thank you. Oh, yeah. It's just amazing. God. I mean, oh. I think YouTube should just remove him. It's unbelievable. They're allowing, forget it. You're boring? What do you mean? Thank you, Sarita. Appreciate it. I could not believe. Oh, really? Was it a in the community section? Oh man, God. I think he does it to be a troll, actually. You know. Gray thinks he owns all the true crime stories. No, I don't think that at all, actually. I just think that there's so many cases out there. It's ironic when somebody covers the same exact cases right behind you every single day. Yeah. What do you mean with a different genealogist? I don't know what you're talking about. Well, it's not really. Yeah, it's a little bit of new news. That guy's a psycho, man. He's the serial killer. Okay, yeah, of course he will. Yeah, you know who that one is? I think it's Parabon. So what's he gonna get? CC Moore on there? And what he'll do is play that same video like he was interviewing, the fake interview where he puts himself in, CC Moore, CC back and forth like that, over and over again. Yeah, you watch. Yeah, right. Well, the thing is CC Moore would never talk to him. If she did, it would just be a complete grift, and she didn't know who the hell she was talking to. She's already aware that he tricked his viewers into believing that he was interviewing her. Okay. Yeah, that's just scary stuff. Right. Or just the skill set and brain power, Charles, is really the answer you were looking for. He wouldn't even know what he was asking. He would just be regurgitating something that somebody else asked, but not even knowing why he was asking it. All right, anyways, here we go. I'm going to get started. Let's see, which one? I think I'm going to start off with Tabitha Queen. All right. Let's do it. Already wasted enough brain cells. Hey, look at that. Somebody else used the term brain cells. Lee D! Oh, yeah. Okay, so this case has been going on for a while. I think I've vaguely heard about it, but not much. All right, it says the Bastrop Police Department, and guess here's a funny anecdote for you guys. Is today, or I'll go back to the today I called the Bastrop Police Department because they released surveillance footage of when her car was dumped somewhere, and I said, "Do you have the surveillance footage?" And he said, I don't even know what case you're talking about. I go, how could you not know? It's a big case in your area. And then he gave me the email of the records department and everything. And then I thought, well, let me check this again. And it turns out it was the Bastrop, Louisiana. I mean, how many Bastrop police departments are there, for God's sakes? Are you kidding me? There's 2 Bastrops police departments? B-A-S-T-R-O-P? Not even sure where that phone's coming from. Oh, there it is. Yeah, so there. So what I did was I actually called the first guy back and I said, hey, I just wanted to let you know that I didn't realize there was a whole nother Bastrop police department in Louisiana. So it wasn't you just not knowing anything. And he goes, no problem. Then he was really nice. He thought it was kind of funny. But come on, are you kidding me? Bastrop? I mean, I've never even heard that word. And there was 2 of them. All right, so anyways. Well, Milwaukee's, we got one in Oregon. They're all over the place. This is different. The Bastrop Police Department is asking the public's help finding a woman that was reported missing on Monday, May 10th. Police say Tabitha Queen has not been seen since the 10th. She's 29 years old. If you know anything that could help police find her, please reach out to the Bastrop Police Department. And that was the original, not much going on there. And then on the 24th,
over in Morehouse Parish, family members say a mother of 3 has been missing for nearly 2 weeks. Kristen Payne spoke with her family and joins us in the studio. Kristen, when is the last time someone talked to her?
Jasmine, Tabitha Queen called her mom on Mother's Day and has not been seen or heard from since.
This is so funny, like a totally small town newscaster here. Just getting started.
Tabitha Queen's 3 young children were found alone in their Bastrop home. A friend believes they'd been unattended for days. The 10-year-old daughter says a man took her mom and she didn't come back. Queen's mother, Mary Lunford, believes something isn't right.
Because she would have never in her life left 3 babies in the house by themselves. She don't even leave them with family members but an hour. She would have never left her kids like that.
Thanks, A.K. Terrell.
That's how I know something was wrong.
Queen's car was found by a wooded area in Morehouse Parish. Her mother says she's seen surprising police footage.
The man was driving her car. We didn't see her. We went and looked at the video at the police department. The man was driving her car in a wooded area. He got out, he had on gloves on. They said...
Yeah. Let's see.
He had on gloves on. They said they couldn't find no fingerprint.
No gloves.
He didn't have no gloves on. Why you couldn't find fingerprint?
Lunford is doing
Yeah, see, it wasn't really a wooded area that they're saying.
everything in her power to find her daughter, including seeking supernatural help by consulting with several psychics.
No.
I love you. These
See, that part, oh boy.
kids love you. We miss you. We just wanted you to come home. Just please come home.
The blood-sucking psychics.
Please, everybody, the whole family is praying and looking for you. And I'm not going to stop until we find you.
Lunford says
Yeah, so I got the number of the house off that video there, and then I was able to, let me get Google Earth open. I rebooted earlier. Oh, and thank you, Jen H, for your generous PayPal, and also, wait, hold on. Oh, it's hard to remember. Hold on a second. It's the name that always throws me off because it's not a real name. Hold on a second. I'll get it. Oh yeah, this account. Yeah, thank you, this account. I appreciate it. All right, so here's her home. I got everything mapped out for you guys. I was able to find it just by typing in the first 4 digits and the city, and then just kind of finding a house that had the first 4 digits. And it's right here. That's the house. If you were just going to look at that, what would you think those numbers are? Just for the hell of it. You know? Could you see? Wow, that thing just left street view there. Here, I'll put it down there again. I just want to see what people's eyes think they see. Yeah. Now you can't even tell by looking at that, but it's actually 1410. Okay. Montgomery Avenue. They showed it on the news, so I'm not worried about saying it. She's not there either. Then there was surveillance released, but let me go through these other files first because they're all before today.
Tabitha Queen has been missing for nearly a month. Good evening. I'm Jeff Horchak. Some members of the Bastrop community are looking for answers. Tyler Englander has more on today's search for Queen.
17JU2. That's a house.
Hey, Jeff. Yeah, dozens of volunteers searched a wooded area in Bastrop looking for clues into Tabitha Queen's disappearance. Nobody has heard from 29-year-old Tabitha Queen since Mother's Day. Her family has been...
But how weird is that? In the woods that they were looking, they found a plastic bag with a gun in it.
fed up with both the Bastrop Police Department and Morehouse Parish Sheriff's Office for their inaction during the case. During the search, a gun was found behind Dotson Park, concealed in 3 black trash bags. Right now, law enforcement doesn't know if the gun is connected to the Queen case.
If you throw trash out here, you'll throw a body out here. So we just happened to find it and be lucky to find that particular item. We have not completed our search out here, but as the day process for tomorrow, we're going to continue and try to expand in 5 different areas because there's 5 different trails that leads to 5 different communities here.
The scene was roped off by Bastrop Police and the gun was collected as evidence. Anderson said he'll continue to search for Queen as long as it takes. Live in the studio, Tyler Englander.
Back to you, Jim. Okay, community search continues. Nobody has heard from Tabitha Queen since Mother's Day, and she was last seen on May 10th at the Bastrop supermarket. Now the community is coming together to help Tabitha's mother, Mary Lunford, find her daughter. They've been holding daily searches for Queen since Friday, June 4th. Ricky Anderson has been helping organize community searches for Queen around Dotson Park in Bastrop. On Friday, Anderson and search crews found a gun in 3 black trash bags in the woods behind Dotson Park, which is roughly 1 mile from where Queen's car was found. We did recover a weapon, and it's funny because I was looking at that area when I saw the direction that the car came from. I was looking right at where that park was, and then it turns out in the article that is the correct area. Because it's almost like they went there, then dropped the car, obviously. You're going to do everything you're going to do, and then dropping the car is the final thing. Bastrop Police collected the gun as evidence and roped off the area. From the beginning, I saw her mother cry, and it seemed she didn't have any help, and I wasn't doing anything, so why not? Tabitha Queen's mom, Mary Lunford, and her family appreciate the community. Hey, thank you, Momo. And there's the Dario Caspian Horses Rock Lemon person. Never seen that one, though. I just turned on the audio just now. That looks like that would hurt. Man. Let's see. I'm hoping she comes home, and I'm hoping she's still alive. It's almost been... I don't think the odds are looking good that she's still alive. And it's weird, some of the comments the police made so far. Oh, we don't have any indication that there's foul play. What are you talking about? Let's see. Anderson said the community will keep searching until they find any type of closure for Queen's family. Well, as a community, you must help. That's the most important thing. A community cannot live if you cannot love. So I think that everybody has to come together to pray for her for recovery, and then again for the worst. Okay, so now let's move on to the... I edited the surveillance footage in a way that made it easier to... because this is what it looks like, okay? That's the actual one of the cameras, and then the other camera... let's see if I cover that one. Looks like that, but rotated. I rotated it to make it upright, kind of like I did in the Lori and Chad Daybell case. Okay, because now you can see straight ahead. And I synced up the time on both of them. So this, I'll just play it the way I made it. Okay. And it's actually playing right now. It's well, that's interesting. Well, see, it's May 10th at 9:05 a.m. So this is the same day she went missing, and her kids said she was taken. And basically, I'm going to play it, the whole thing. It's 10 minutes and 33 seconds, and a lot of the time there's nothing going on, but there are things going on, and I think I sort of know what's happening here. I don't know what happened to her, however. So I'm just showing you the other shot. The car ends up actually parking right in here. And then I start zooming in and doing different things. Yep, that's just, right now it's 9:07 at that time, probably a minute, almost 2 minutes in now. And there's a car that pulls out of here, it has nothing to do with it, and I know that because it goes the opposite direction. Alright, so there you go. So there's the car. It pulls in. Can you guys see that? Pulls in there. And then right now I'm going to start zooming in. Just for the freaks. Alright, so he's walking along there. Seems like he has something in his hands. I don't know. Something sort of seems to be swinging there. Okay, then the other camera can pick him up for further distance. So there he is. It's all synced up. So now he's walking. And in a moment here, he drops something and he picks it up. See that? Now he's walking on the right-hand side of the road. Could you guys see that? Did he drop something and picked it up? I'm sure the grifter will have this on his channel tomorrow. So he's walking across. Now look at it. He sort of, he kind of bends over, picks something up. It's really clear to me. And then he keeps on walking, and then he just sort of, you can't see him anymore from about right here on. You can't see him. There might be a little something that happened right there. You just can't see anything. Here's a car turning down a side street. So let me show you what we're looking at here. So that's the difference with me and other places. You'll actually know exactly what you're looking at. All right, so here is the home, and then not far away at all, as a matter of fact, probably only 1.21 miles as a crow flies. You can actually, I mean, it looks almost identical just looking at Google Earth. It's pretty weird, right? But you can just tell he's parked right in there. The cameras are shooting out like this, and then the other one, you can actually see the cameras from the street view. Now, when he walks down, he probably bends over in this area, and then I think he went this way and took a right. I can't tell for sure, but I know he didn't take a left, and I think you could continue to see him if he was walking further. I think he came by right here and then took a right on that street right there. These are come on, Google Earth. I'll just try the arrow key. Oh, there you go. That works. Yeah, and you can even see the cameras that were used here. Probably one over there. And he parked right there, and he walked that way and took a right. Okay. That's what I think. So I'll rewind it a little bit. Now that you got the perspective well. See, there it is right there. The car parked. And he gets out. I bet you that dumpster's probably even still there. Maybe. No, it would be right there. And even if you squint your eyes, you just can't see anything hardly. You know, there's some pixel shifting going on, so it's hard. That's not him moving. And if it was, you can't say for sure. So then a car at the next intersection drives by over there. And I don't see him walking over here or taking a left, ever. So I think he took a right on that street. And now now that he's gone, we're going back to the main shot again. Okay, now here's a truck that was at the actual facility where the cameras were. And he just takes a left. So that's just randomly somebody that lived there happened to leave. It's nothing to do with anything. What do you mean, Gray? I gotta make it fit something. Nah. However, I think the next car that we see is related to the guy who left it. He needs a ride somewhere, right? Although in this town everything's pretty close. But it does seem to me like it's related. What's a 1? Thanks, One Sly Angel. Yeah, I downloaded. I recorded this off of the Facebook page. So it's actually lost some of its resolution just doing that. They need to always make it so you can download it.
Thanks for all you do.
Yep. Yeah, but I haven't even played it, Sarita, so... See, now there's another car that drives by. And it seems to kind of be driving slow at this point, looking for their buddy. You know? Now there was some kind of movement over there that I just saw. But let me go back a little. I think there was a car that drove by there, though. Yeah, so there's another car right there. But this car comes up here, and then it takes a right. So there's a stop sign up here. I think it's stopping right... No, it stopped and then it took a right. So you could just barely see it over there. So it stopped for a quick second and then boom. Took a right and it turned. And I think that car went to go pick up his buddy. That's what I think. And that's really it. There's nothing else. There's no more. But see, that's pretty ominous, right? And then when I was looking at this, when I went up in the air and I just kind of looked at the... not sure what happened to Google Earth right there. Okay. Oh, man. What's going on, Google? Let me go change the battery in my mouse. I don't know if that's it. Well, it seems to work better now, so hopefully that made a difference. Alright, so there's where the car was. And I think he walked out like this. Took a right here. Then that car that came a few minutes later, I think that's even why they showed it. They probably think that too, but it went like this, and then it turned this way. Probably picked them up down in this area somewhere. And then I followed this out, like thinking, okay, here's a highway that they could have turned off of right there. So then I went out like this, and I was like, oh, that looks like a pretty wooded area, and it turns out that was the park that they were looking at to where they found a gun somewhere in this park. They said behind Dotson Park. And I think inside of the street here is the park, and everything out here is not the park. Okay, because this is actually a neighborhood with a street on it. So the way this looked, there's the park right over there. And there's a really highly wooded area right back here specifically. Yeah, right there. So way back here is very wooded. I mean, you can just see, look at this, watch. So you'd think the police, after they found the gun there, may have, that might just be where the gun was tossed, though. There's all kinds of other areas out here. I mean, she could have been put in this river over here. Or stream, whatever you want to call it. Yeah, that's pretty ominous. I mean, you could just see driving by, throwing her body into there, then getting rid of the gun. But what a dumb way to get rid of the gun, right? Just... Here, I'm going to put a pin right here just to... That's just me speculating. Has nothing to do with... It just kind of has a feel to it. Like you could just drive here, throw her off at the middle of the night, get back on this highway right here, drive up like this, go into the park, throw... Well, it wouldn't have been in the middle of the night though. It'd be in the morning, early in the morning. And then throw the phone over here at probably around 9 o'clock. Then drive over here, dump the car, drive up like this, dump the car, walk this way, get picked up by somebody, and you have the gun here.
Great job again with the visual highlights, Gray. You are the best. Make each case interesting.
Well, thanks, Sherlock Hemlock. I do try. I know there's some nights it's not quite. There isn't as much information. I don't know what that means. Oh, the gun, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. I liked Cooked Down better though, Super Mean Sadie. Yeah, I don't think Tabitha's still alive. It's kind of weird that the police say stuff like, well, we just don't have any indication that anything bad's happened. Well, circumstantially you do. You have people dropping her car off that aren't her. Okay? That is information. And this is the one from today talking about the video.
Bastrop Police release a video in the disappearance of Tabitha Queen. Good evening. I'm Jeff Horchak.
And I'm Jennifer Andrews. It shows a man leaving her abandoned car on May 10th, and that is the last day that she was seen. Tyler Englander has the details. Tyler?
Jeff, Jennifer, the video shows a man leaving Queen's car on West Pine Street and then walking off. Residents say someone must have answers.
We got some sick humor over here.
It's good evidence, for one thing, for the public to be aware of what's going on.
Ricky Anderson talking about the newly released video of the scene. Take a look. It shows a black male driving Queen's vehicle and then getting out and leaving the scene.
We know a little bit more.
The scene. I gotta learn how to do that, man.
Since we know a little bit more, we need to act upon that.
Anderson has been leading search efforts to find Queen for several days. She's been missing now for about a month. And just last week, police found a gun inside trash bags behind Dotson Park, about a mile from her abandoned car. But they don't know if there's a connection.
I'm out here looking for her, and her only. If anything else I find that's out of the ordinary, they will be notified.
Clinton Stevenson is putting up a $1,000 reward for information on Queen's disappearance.
Sometimes you have to go at stuff a little different. And I thought maybe if we put up a reward or something other, somebody might come forward to talk.
Stevenson knows all too well what it's like to lose a child. His son was killed 18 years ago.
It's just not a good feeling. And I'm willing to...
Well, yeah, I wouldn't think it would be
to do whatever I need to do to help these people.
Stevenson is hoping the reward will compel people to talk.
If you decide to put up a reward, somebody might run up and tell you something.
Anderson wants everyone in Bastrop.
Let me ask you guys something. Has anybody in here taken journalism school where they teach you the talk? Like how to sound when doing this reporting? Because they all have the same kind of cadence. And I took communications. I don't remember a class saying something like the accent of a reporter. Just yesterday, a blimp landed in eastern Oregon. Scientists say it was just a blown-up clown jumping out of an airplane. You know, I just don't really know how, you know. But see, that was pretty good, right? I mean, I sounded a little bit like how they do it. I just don't know how you can actually talk like that. It's weird. It's tough. They must have a school. Yeah.
To take a good look at the video.
I want everybody to take close attention to that video. Some of you all had already downloaded it. Stream by stream. What the individual got on. What is he wearing? How does he walk?
Anderson has a message to anyone who is refusing to come forward.
Anderson has a message to anyone who is refusing to come forward.
Do not harbor him. Y'all know who he is.
Anderson isn't giving up until someone is brought to justice.
Anderson isn't giving up until someone is brought to justice. Channel 2 News. Back to you, Jim. Okay, there you go. Got it. Okay.
Somebody know who that individual is. And Bastrop, Louisiana, we got to get him.
Bastrop Police are asking anyone with information to call the department or Crime Stoppers. Back to you.
Oh, bam! He did say back to you. Man, I nailed that. He didn't say Jim, though.
Bastrop Police.
We needed Jim at the end. Yeah. Anyways, it's not looking good in this case. Yeah. Sounds like she got abducted from her home. You might want to look at, like, why would somebody be doing that? Have they looked into the father of one of her of her kid? I don't know how many she had. I think she has 3 kids, something like that. 2 or 3. Thank you, Ria Mazzarone. Man, that fox looks like it's kind of like watching and then not. I need an explanation for that fox up there on an emoji. It's sort of like, yeah, okay. What? Okay. What? What? Okay. Yeah, they didn't recognize? Huh. Well, maybe it was somebody one of the fathers knew. Yeah, it's really, really weird. Yeah. Or maybe she knew something. You know what? We could do the whole maybe all day long. All we know is that she was kidnapped. Apparently, the kids didn't recognize the person who kidnapped her. And then her car is found. What's weird is she must have been kidnapped really early in the morning for the kids to have seen it, because this video is at 9-10 in the morning. So something would have happened to her, and the car dumped all prior to that. I mean after that, but it's still early. Thank you, Kathy Freidenmaker. Okay, so I am going to be switching cases now. I'm going to switch over to the 1991 Staten Island Jane Doe. Alright, I don't have any more to add. I'll keep this though. We'll keep, if you get any updates, make sure to email them to me. Alright, so there was a website out there, really good website on this case. There's nothing in newspapers.com, so it helped out quite a bit. Let's see, hold on, let me get the name of it. Is it this one? No. Yeah, it's right here, called Identifying Jane Doe, Staten Island Jane Doe. So they had some links to newspaper articles, so we can go over those. So this is by the Staten Island Advance. This is the first one that came out. Sounds like it was just sort of a local paper. I don't know. It wasn't in the main one that I could find. So it was Staten Island Advance, published November 7th, 1991. A cryptic name scratched into the wooden handle of a blood-stained hammer may be the clue that will lead police to the killer who savagely beat, strangled, handcuffed, and burned a woman, then left her body in the weeds along a South Beach road. But before authorities can track down her killer, they must determine the dead woman's identity. She was found September 20th, just after dawn. A passerby spotted her in the brush opposite of 77 Seaview Avenue. Alright, so here's this right here is 77 Seaview Avenue, and it's a psych center, psychiatric center. All of this orange area here is a psychiatric center, but she was found across the street in a vacant lot. Now, if you look at this image here, you'll go, oh, well, there's buildings there. But if you go back to actually the same year, this is literally 8 months prior to her being found. It's completely wooded and vacant at that point. So her body was found right over around in this area. Gotta love Google Earth, It takes away confusion. You're like, what do you mean? Thank you, Ria Mazzarone. Okay, I know what that one's saying. Na, 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 na. Right? Linda said, hey, William, happy to see you. And then William said, same here. He's happy to see himself. Let's see. She had been savagely beaten and strangled. I mean, listen to this. Her hands were cuffed behind her back. So, handcuffs. In a final burst of rage, her killer then doused her with turpentine and set her on fire. But it says up here, she savagely beat, strangled, handcuffed, and burned. If police do not determine her identity soon, she will suffer yet another blow. Without an identification, the woman will be laid to rest in an anonymous grave in the city's mass burial ground on Hart Island. We're reaching out to the public to try to reach this girl's family so she can receive a decent burial, said Lieutenant William Quinn, commander of the Crimes Against Persons Squad. We've been at it for a month and a half now. We're running out of time. So a month and a half, that's November 7th, so it would have been August. Well, no, September, in the middle of September, sounds like. Oh, there it is. He was found September 20th. The latest clue released by police could lead them directly to the woman's killer, the name Lloyd L., scratched into the wooden handle of a hammer found under the woman's body. The hammer, the type used in auto body shops to bang out dents. Wow. Like a ping, like one of those little, you've seen them before. Appears to be the weapon that was slammed into the back of the woman's head over and over the night she died. We think it's someone who was in rage because she had 17 blows to the back of her head, Quinn said. So she may have been a proxy, or it was somebody that she knew. They just don't know who she is. Police found the hammer the day the body was discovered, but withheld the information on the name, hoping to use it once they knew the woman's identity. Investigators have reached out to island auto body workers, but so far have been unable to determine who or what Lloyd is. What Lloyd is. Lloyd L. They are now making the information public and hoping someone will recognize the name. Investigators are even taking their plea to television. Who would use a hammer, leave it there, and have his name on it? Okay, hold on one second. Okay. Two nationwide alerts have been issued, but no missing persons report have been filed. Because no one has stepped forward to identify the woman, police believe she could have been a recent immigrant whose relatives are still in her homeland and have no way of knowing her fate. Investigators also are still hoping to hear from any tattoo artist who may recognize as their own work the red and blue scorpion tattoo on the woman's right buttock. The woman was white, between 21 and 23 years old. Blinks GR. With brown shoulder-length hair and brown eyes. She was 5 feet 5 inches tall and weighed about 115 pounds. When she was found, she was wearing a black dress with pink trim. I wonder if, I'm just throwing it out there, a sex worker, you know. And then she was sort of the, because serial killers attack sex workers, they used to anyways, all the time. And they're just proxies, easy marks, just probably, I don't know. What do you guys think, 50-50 or? Yeah, the name Lloyd L., he may have stolen the hammer and thought, oh, cool, I'll leave it here. It'll suggest somebody else. When she was found, she was wearing a black dress with pink trim, black flowered underpants, and white low-cut sneakers. She was also wearing an 18-inch gold chain and a 20-inch gold rope chain. On her right finger, she wore a ring. So obviously robbery wasn't a motive. She wore a ring watch with a brown expansion band. She also had a pack of Newport cigarettes and 30 cents on her. So it doesn't look anything like it anymore, but it would have been over here in bushes. Ah, look at that. 2003, they were just starting to build their... Okay. Well, here a good sample then would be right over here. Come on, Google. Google Earth sucks right now. It doesn't seem to... Maybe if I just let it sit here for a minute. I don't know. Wouldn't you steal the gold chains? I think she just had 30 cents on her. Maybe that's why, if she was a sex worker, that's what she was doing. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with Street View here. It's not working. Alright, then 6 months later, let's see. This bloodstained hammer was found under the murdered woman. I actually have pictures of this. Let me try to find it. There we go. This is the Doe Network. That's what she was wearing. That's what the scorpion tattoo looked like. And then these gold chains. And here's the watch that had a clock on it. She was maybe 15 to 27. She was white, 5'4", 120 pounds. A black knit type 3/4 length dress with pink or fuchsia colored collar and pocket. Size 8 low cut. Tom McCann balloon sneakers. White bra, black G-string panties with multicolored flowers. 18-inch gold herringbone necklace. 20-inch gold rope chain necklace. A ring that contained a small watch face with expandable band, possibly black in color. Thanks, Brianna Props. The victim was located in a vacant lot on September 19th, 1991. She was struck with a large hammer. Her body was smoldering when found by a passerby. Man, this is brutal. That's the FBI website. Nick Meck has one. This is one of the people we donate to. Or not people, but... Oh, wow. Got all these Jane Does out here. And John Does, too. Hmm. Look at all these. These are all Jane Does. Or maybe not. These have names on them. These are people that are missing. Huh. The blue are Jane and John Does. Okay. In one of the more heinous crimes on Staten Island in recent memory, a young woman is found beaten, strangled, handcuffed, and then set on fire. Her corpse dumped in South Beach weeds. Police exhaust all means to identify the body in order to allow the woman the dignity of a proper burial. Nothing. 9 months later, she lies in an anonymous grave, her murder unsolved, her identity a mystery. She's buried in a cemetery with other bodies that remain unidentified. The woman was found. I wonder if this is one that we could do on in the fund. Some of the processes, however, that we've had to do they're sort of eating up this fund because we had to do something called enrichment. You know, but I don't really care. You know, let me just tell you this: if we put 15 or 20,000 into that DNA fund and it solved one, it was worth it. I mean, don't you guys agree? So I don't care. I'm just going to keep loading money into that thing, and I don't really give a damn what it ends up costing. You know, well, I mean, if it's $50,000, I probably can't do it. But you know, if it's, it can cost anywhere from $2,000 to $10,000 on some of these because there's something called enrichment. The Bibb County John Doe it had a ton of DNA, but 40% of it was human. But there was a hell of a lot more DNA, human DNA in that case, than the one that they just solved. So, I mean, tremendously more, like, hundreds of times more. So even if it's degraded, they have enough DNA where I think they could put it back together, but they're going to remove the non-human DNA. And then it goes in for sequencing. At that point, that's where I don't know what the hell they're doing, but they put it all together. And then it gets formatted and uploaded to GEDmatch.
Oh, I'll do Chewbacca if you want me to.
Just had to hear the Chewbacca hilarity again. Thanks for all you do.
Thanks, Gwendolyn B. Chewbacca. Yeah. So this next month I'm going to probably put the entire amount into it. I'll see. I'm going to get a receipt, or not a receipt, but sort of a ledger of some sort tomorrow to see where I'm at. Huh? What are you talking about, Charles? That doesn't make any sense. Sorry, buddy. No, I'm going to always do it, Richard. Every single show. So if I was you, I just wouldn't watch. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll probably keep on doing it. And now I'll turn it up because you said that. I'll make sure it's playing at a 10 volume level. Yeah, we don't put a price on life. Not sure. When you say the U.S., that probably means you're not from here. Let's see.
Gosh, Gray, can you not do that rap at the end? It always wakes me up.
No, Mary Lou, I'm going to do it every single show.
Gosh, Gray, you're so mean.
Well, Mary Lou sent me to jail. Oh well. Ah, that dang Mary Lou does it to me every time. I don't know. Don't do the rap at the end of... Oh my God. Lee D just put me deep in the hole, man. Now they say she's 21 to 23, but you guys can't see it. Man, so I'm at least $4 in the hole now because of Lee D. The no bail in the hole. Darn it.
No bail in the hole.
Okay, I just got an email from... Okay, so now I'm just $2 still in jail. Thanks, Lori Fisher. You almost got me out. I just got an email from Colleen and Misty. They're definitely coming on tomorrow. So probably around 6 o'clock my time. I'm not donating to any dough. I'm donating to a DNA fund that allows Identifinders, Colleen Fitzpatrick's company, to yeah, but we're the Bibb County John Doe is one of the ones that we've selected, but their money's going into a fund for Identifinders. Oh, there you go. Amber Maiden, Gwendolyn B. Okay, I'm out now. I can get out. Thank you. For one Gatorade. All right. Got one right there. Got a cab ride home and everything. Oops. Wrong one. There we go. Yeah, so the Bibb County John Doe is the one that, the first one that we're funding. I think, but the two that we've selected both needed enrichment, and sometimes they don't need any of that. They already have the DNA, and they just need someone to do the genealogy. They've already got it sequenced and everything. But in our case, we're starting from the ground level on both of them. Okay. So we're back to the Staten Island Jane Doe. So 9 months later, she lies in an anonymous grave. She's buried in a cemetery with a whole bunch of other unidentified bodies. She was found September 20th, just after dawn. A passerby spotted the body in brush, right where I showed you. The murder victim was a white woman between 21 and 23 now, with brown shoulder-length hair and brown eyes. She was 5'5" and weighed 115 pounds. That seems so bizarre that she's not recognized. The woman was found wearing a black dress with pink trim on the neckline, black flowered underpants, and white low-cut sneakers. She was also wearing an 18-inch gold chain. Yeah, we've gone through that. But a tattoo on the woman's body and a blood-stained hammer found under her may be the clues that eventually lead police to the killer. Detectives are hoping someone can link the name Lloyd L., which is scratched into the wooden handle of the hammer, to a person or a particular place. Detectives have already made the rounds of island auto body workers, but what exactly Lloyd L. stands for is unclear. Well, it sounds like a person with the first name Lloyd and the last name L. However, whose hammer it is might have nothing to do with the killer. Like, the killer could have just grabbed a hammer out of an auto body shop and took it and used it. And perhaps he even grabbed that particular one because he saw a name on it that it was, and it wasn't his name. Hold on, I'm trying to find, there was one that actually had a picture of the hammer somewhere. Okay, that was Reddit. Reddit had some good links in there for once. Let's see. I'm trying to picture. So she had this dress on, underwear underneath it, and then shoes. So very little clothing was on her, really. I mean, you're talking about like this. Did she even have a? Did they even mention a bra or anything like that? I don't know, Charles. It actually kind of worked for him, you know. Yeah, well, maybe. But still, Lloyd is a name, right? I mean, there isn't another option. Lloyd is always a name. White low-cut balloon sneaker. Let's see. Tom McCann balloon sneakers. What do those look like? Yeah, that's kind of what I was picturing. Just little low-cut sneakers, just like that. It's funny, I saw on a site, but now I can't see it. But maybe it's in one of these articles. Let's see. So this is 1993. The battered corpse of an unidentified young woman found dumped in Ocean Breeze nearly 2 years ago is among the cases that will be looked at by police investigators. The macabre world of self-described serial killer Joel Rifkin. We had preliminary contact with investigators out there. It's clearly a case that has to be looked at the overall context of the event, said Inspector William Calhoun. Calhoun is referring to a grisly case in which a young woman was found beaten, strangled, and handcuffed. The corpse had been set afire. A passerby spotted the body in brush opposite the South Beach Psychiatric Center. Nationwide alerts and a check of missing persons reports have failed to turn up the woman's identity. We've gone all over the world with her prints. Calhoun said the New York City Police Department is standard method of operation for wide-reaching investigations such as the Rifkin probe. Everyone has been alerted. Liaisons have been established. The murder victim was a white woman between 20 and 23, 115 pounds, 5'5", I think they said. Okay, so the clothing was the black dress we just saw, black flowered underpants, and white low-cut sneakers. She only had 3 pieces of clothing on. That's not very much. Found under her body was a blood-stained hammer with Lloyd L scratched into its wooden handle. It was believed to be used to kill the woman. It's been 3 years and nobody from Staten Island detectives seemed to care about a murder victim known as Jane Doe. Miss Doe was beaten with a hammer, strangled, and then set on fire. She was dumped the day before in a ditch across the South Beach Psychiatric Center. Arresting her killer is secondary until detectives find her identity. Miss Doe was beaten in the head so severely that the coroner's report said bleeding from the brain was a contributing cause of death. Wow. The 13-inch hammer is commonly used in auto body shops or by sheet metal workers to bang out metal. Her body was also identified by a poorly drawn red and blue scorpion tattoo on her right buttocks. She was last wearing 2 gold chains, a ring, that was a watch. I think we've already read this. There are no signs of sexual assault, but detectives can't rule out any motive, including robbery or a lover's violent intent. And in 1996, 5 years later, in the 5 years they've been investigating the case of Jane Doe, detectives have come up with 2 hopeful leads. Each, however, ended in frustration. The woman was beaten with a hammer and strangled and then set on fire. The advanced profiled this case once before, unsolved on Sunday, December 18, 1994, but police asked that it be published again in hopes that new information would surface. This is very uncommon, at least not in my time, Morales said. But it's the same article they put out before, but maybe this has it. So this is about another woman found in the woods, but I think at some point it brings up the other case. Okay, that's the sketch of the unidentified woman. There's her 2 chains. Okay, there you go. There's where the hammer is. Look at that thing. I think that's the hammer. And it's got blood stains on it. And it had Lloyd L. She was found by a man walking in the area. While in the morgue, investigators were able to get a complete set of fingerprints. So that sort of makes it seem like she isn't a sex worker. Because sex workers, they all get arrested at some point or another, and then their fingerprints are stored. What? I don't even know who that is. That Crenshaw veteran person? I don't even know who they're talking about. I don't even know the case that they're talking about. Yeah, it's unrelated. I have no idea. Was it like a Kanika Jenkins related deal or what? Man. Crenshaw Veteran 2. You're not related to like Miss Crenshaw, are you? You know, the lady that does shows on, used to do Kanika stuff? Okay, well, that's all I have on her. But man, it's perfect time. Exhume her and get her DNA and do genealogy research. And they're starting to do that more in New York anyway, so why not just do it? It's weird how psychos show up to my show. You played a part in the murder. What are you talking about? I don't even know what you're referring to. I don't even know who that is. How could I have played a part? Hey, thanks, Fishing in the Dark. Have you got any bass or bluegill lately? Yeah, that's what they typed above. But it was removed. Check the psychos. I don't even know what that means either.
Hey Gray, love your show.
It was 1991, so it's hard to do that. You got any big crappie, bluegill, bass? But it's just weird, the psycho mind that just shows up to a channel, mentions a name that you've never talked about, nor have any idea what they're talking about. But I can tell you that there's still a bunch of wackos out there that still comment on my Kanika Jenkins videos because they have no clue what the hell they're talking about. Kanika Jenkins was at a party. She had topiramate in her system. She drank, became highly intoxicated with the mixture, went down alone on the elevators at 3:30 in the morning, nobody's around, walked aimlessly through the halls. It was only a 10-minute walk, walked into a kitchen and opened up doors, went into a cooler that the door shuts automatically, no lights. And then she stumbled into the freezer, that shut too automatically, and you'd have to be able to to use the escape knob to get out, and she wasn't able to do so, and she froze to death. That's how the case was. It's always been that way. It was very obvious, very simple case, and only lunatics think it's something else, okay? And it's unfortunate that those people do exist, but yeah. So I don't know how me believing that and proving that has anything to do with somebody dying up there. It's just ridiculous. Her sign? Yeah, maybe she was a Scorpio. Yeah, I'm just reading comments right now. All right. Okay, I'm going to move on now to the final portion. But I'm just going to, this is really, it was going to be about a person that was identified, but I'm going to start off just talking about this serial killer. Daniel Owen Conohan Jr. I mean, he's an absolute psycho, this guy. Well, that's it. But see, that it doesn't really, though. We don't know if he's a Scorpio or not. She just has a scorpion, and you might guess that she's a Scorpio. It doesn't mean that she is one. You know, I wouldn't even say it's 50-50. It's just, you know, it's a scorpion. Some people put scorpions as a tattoo, even if they're not a Scorpio. Yeah, I wasn't talking to you, though. Because I looked it up when you left the, after you left your comments, Crenshaw veteran. I looked up the name, and there was a picture of somebody walking in a hallway. But what possibility could I have had to do with it, though? Yeah, right when you said her name, I typed it up. Never heard of it before. And as a matter of fact, I'll show you exactly what I did. Watch this. What an idiot. Jesus. Obvious. Here, watch this. Here we go. Oh, you're so stupid. Oh, God. What do you mean fake? Don't delete anything. Do not do anything with this idiot. What do you mean fake 911 call? Okay? Just leave the comments up there. I want all the world to see the moron's comments, okay? All right. Yeah, so this is what I did a minute ago. I went like this. I put her name in, and because I never heard of her, and I saw one of the surveillance shots over here. So then I thought, oh, maybe that's Kenneka Jenkins' case. You know, the truth is, there's just a lot of murders that go on in Chicago all the time. It's a freaking war zone. Okay? It has nothing to do with anything. No, I wasn't on a fake 911 call with Teresa Martin. I'm not the 911 operator. I'm not the bald-headed billionaire. I'm not the guy at the front desk in one of the videos. I'm not. I don't even live anywhere near there. I live 2,000 miles away. No, my dad didn't own the. Oh my God! See what I'm saying? These people still exist. These absolute idiots that have IQ of a flea, and they show up still talking about that. Unbelievable. Wow. Oh yeah, and I was also the security guard. The what else? Man, we're back to the old Kenneka Jenkins days with Crenshaw, veteran the idiot. Oh yeah, look at the passive aggressive bullshit here. If it wasn't true, you would have ignored the comment. The fact that you pressed proves I'm right. Hey, listen. The fact that you keep talking about it means you're a moron who just needs to keep talking about it. That's why I'm still talking about it. I actually don't mind bringing it up because there were people like you that existed for so long in the Kenneka Jenkins case that I don't mind bringing it up again because you are an idiot. We never left. What does that mean? Man. Yeah, let me just tell you. Are you part of the like Crenshaw, the lady that has her own channel? Crenshaw Veteran 2, the IQ of a flea. Yes, I show up to different channels and I accuse people of stuff I have no idea what I'm talking about with no evidence at all. Oh, that's right, because I watched a video last week. Oh, that's right. No, here's the thing. I resort to name calling when it fits what you're saying. You just said that I am part of a fake 911 call with Teresa. Do you have any idea how stupid you are? Okay, now here's the thing, Crenshaw veteran 2. The reason I'm absolutely sure you're an idiot is because I am me, and I know I have nothing to do with any of that. I was just making videos during the Kenneka Jenkins case because I saw the truth and the reality of the situation, and I was the only argument against all of the nut jobs who kept saying it was a murder over and over again. And guess what? I was right, and all of those people were wrong. The police investigation that they had to do proved it. Even MTV, who really wanted to side with all of the other people, they came up with the same damn conclusion. You're wrong. Just get over it, okay? Awesome. And I worked on that as hard as I could. I looked for things. There was a couple things that were like, oh shit, why didn't that camera work or something? But, you know, you just look at the video. She walked alone. But, yes, why don't you go troll somebody else, all right, buddy? Yeah, it is about time for a beach moment. Ah, there we go. Thanks. Oh, come on, play. Where's my music? Oh, there we go. Oh, that's right. There's a veteran one too. Wow. Whew. Yikes. You know what's weird is when you know who you are, and you know when somebody says you're somebody else. Just like that Jason Hebert guy, he kept trying to say that I was all of these other YouTubers going into, or other accounts going onto his show and typing things. Okay, I was never those people. So once I heard him say that, I realized that he was he was delusional. Weird stuff, weird stuff. Anyways, where is that guy? I'm just gonna remove. God, unreal. Actually, I'll just leave those comments up, and people can see what the hell the idiot was saying. Never existed. Oh God, oh boy. Here we go, everybody. Here's the crazy person. Listen to this, everybody. Kenneka Jenkins never existed. Her name is Inesha Fowler. Her twin brother is Ivan Fowler. Their mother, Patricia Fowler, sold them in Pennsylvania. Wow. Wow, you're so clever. That's so interesting. What an idiot. Jeez. Hey, thank you, DMDJ and Kathy Freidenmaker. That's right. Okay, hold on. Jennifer's trying to get me back to my happy times. Georgina Stoliker. Thank you. I am chill. I actually think it's fun just being able to completely, I mean, you see what I'm talking about here, right? Look at that. Kenneka Jenkins didn't exist anymore. I don't know any, what do you mean she messed up in the 911 call? Yeah, see, what's crazy is, people aren't robots. And if they say something wrong, know you're red. What does that mean? What does that mean? Know you're red. I'm nervous. Oh, I'm nervous. Oh, God. About what, Crenshaw? Come on, you guys. You got to buy me some drinks. I'm gonna go get I'm gonna go get one for real now. Oh boy, that was. I guess there's no drinks. Thanks, Jordina Stoliker. I'm nervous, everybody. Oh my God, I'm nervous. Very nervous. Your time is coming. Oh, oh wow. Oh God. Yeah. Yeah. I think you should be nervous, Crenshaw veteran, because your brain doesn't work correctly. So go find another channel, okay? All right, cool. Ah, that felt good. Okay, good. He actually said that. Did you go up and read those comments up there? Oh man, you knew the guy was nuts when he said, where's the one? Oh yeah, Kanika Jenkins never existed. Her name is Inesha Fowler. Her twin brother is Ivan Fowler. Their mother, Patricia Fowler, sold them in Pennsylvania. I mean, can you imagine having those kind of thoughts in your head all day? Wow. I'm not sure what's going on. Yeah, well, we had a troll coming in from the Kanika Jenkins days, threatening me. I just don't care, you know. It just doesn't bother me. It's always fun, though. Thank you, Jennifer Rochelle. I was reading her, you're not allowed to be upset on vacation. And then, Nay Folk. Thank you. Alright. So now we're back to the serial killer, Daniel Conohan Jr. You can't really brush them off because they show up. They say stuff, and then you want people, because there's a lot of people that are sort of watching in the background, and they actually buy into the crap that people like him say. You know, the weird, that's not really Kanika. And so you always have to, you can't let it be, let's agree to disagree. No, it's just not, it's not accurate. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to ignore that kind of stuff. No, it's not an H. T. It stands for Under Armour. Have you never seen the logo for Under Armour? Right. Hey, Charles, do you mind if I just do the show? You're always just kind of interrupting and trying to get your information out, and it's just not really that interesting either. So I just want to go through it and let everybody just kind of see what's up, right? Awesome. So I'm going to go put you on timeout, and that should remove all your comments that you've made for the entire night. Good luck. All right, here we go. A Punta Gorda man arrested Thursday on attempted murder and sexual assault charges is a primary suspect in the murders of 5 men whose bodies were found in the woods in Port Charlotte, Northport area since 1994. Daniel Owen Conohan, Jr., 42, was charged with tying a man to a tree in Lee County and attempting to sexually assault him and then strangle him. The details of the crime are similar to evidence found at the scenes of several of the other murders, including rope marks on trees. Several of these victims were sexually mutilated, the affidavit said. This guy is a really creepy individual. Conohan's method of luring vagrant and homeless men into the woods with offers of money in exchange for posing nude while tied to trees are detailed in the 25-page affidavit released after Conohan's arrest. I'd like to have that. Now this is 2 days later. A male nurse under investigation, so he was a nurse too, in a series of slaying faces trial August 2nd on kidnapping, attempted murder, and sexual attack charges of a man he allegedly left tied to a tree. Daniel Owens Conohan, Jr. made a first appearance in Lee County Court on Thursday for the August 14, 1994 assault on a Fort Myers man. Conohan, 42, is being held without bail. He could face life in prison if convicted for sexual battery. The other charges are first-degree felonies punishable by up to 30 years in prison. Conohan is portrayed in an arrest affidavit as someone with a penchant for picking up drifters to take nude pictures and engaging in sexual violence. He was arrested Wednesday at the Punta Gorda Isles apartment by officers of a task force investigating 5 Gulf Coast killings during the past 2.5 years. The slaying started in February 1994. The last body was discovered April 17th in Charlotte County. Although investigators wouldn't say Conohan is a suspect in the 5 slayings, a 25-page arrest affidavit paints a chilling portrait of the unemployed nurse. The alleged victim said Conohan, all right, Caitlin 222. The alleged victim said Conohan tied him to a tree, took several pictures, and wanted to perform oral sex on him, but he refused. Then he said Conohan, who grew increasingly upset, pulled the ropes tight and tried to rape him. He said Conohan tried unsuccessfully for about 20 minutes to strangle him with a rope, but gave up and left him tied to the tree. Conohan accidentally dropped a pair of pliers, which the man used to cut the rope and escape. Investigators said Conohan recently tried to pick up 2 undercover detectives by propositioning them with cash for nude photographs. Oh, that's interesting. And this is about a month after those. Yeah. Thanks, Williams and Brano. I know I disappoint you guys when I entertain the trolls, but you know, that case was always one that bothered me a lot. You know, that people could even conceive of seeing something different. You have to have a really low IQ to believe.
Keep up the
Kanika
good work,
was
brother.
murdered.
Let's solve cases. Thumbs up.
And it's scary because there's so many of them. Yeah. Well, good. All right, Dan Carr. As long as I was able to entertain you a little bit. You know, a watch pig never boils. A month after a task force said it had a major break in the Charlotte County serial killer case, no arrests have been made. A month ago, the task force arrested Daniel Conohan Jr. of Punta Gorda and charged him with attempted murder, kidnapping, and sexual battery. He is accused of picking up Fort Myers drifter in August 1994 by offering him cash to let him take pictures of him naked tied to a tree. You'd have to be so desperate to go, yes, I would love you to take me to the woods, tie me to a tree naked and take pictures as long as I can get, what, 40, 50 bucks? Thanks. I mean, my God, you're in a bad place where you think that there's going to be a good outcome on that. The drifter told investigators his assailant, whom he identified as Conohan, tried to strangle him with a rope tied around his neck during a 20-minute struggle. He said he was left tied to the tree to die, but managed to escape. Conohan formally pleaded not guilty to the attempted murder, kidnapping, and sexual battery charges last week. Investigators won't say Conohan is a suspect in the murders of 5 men whose mutilated bodies have been found in remote areas of North Port and North Port Charles since February 1994. A 25-page arrest affidavit, however, points up similarities between the crime scenes and Conohan's penchant for taking drifters into the woods, tying them to trees, and taking pictures. I cannot comment on Mr. Conohan, period, said Charlotte County Sheriff Lieutenant Mike Gandy. I've been watching the work that has gone on in the case daily, and I believe wholeheartedly we will have a successful conclusion to the homicide cases. The prosecutor will not comment on the evidence against Conohan or the possibility of further charges. About all Assistant State Attorney Bob Lee will say about the case is the investigation is continuing on the other cases in Charlotte, the other homicides up there. Part of that investigation will include analysis on the saliva, hair, and blood from Conohan to see if it can be matched to any of the forensic evidence collected at the murder scenes. At one scene, investigators found an unidentified hair stuck to a tree. The task force served a search warrant to search Conohan's home and collected samples of saliva, hair, and blood. 3 of the 5 victims remain unidentified. The task force has released clay models of what 2 of the victims might have looked like, as they did earlier with the 3rd unidentified victim. The last 2 victims will be victims to be found on April 17th were identified. Richard A. Montgomery, 21, of Punta Gorda, had disappeared the day before and had his genitals cut off. Wow. The dismembered body of Kenneth L. Smith, 25, of Naples, laid scattered nearby. 2 of the other victims also likely had their genitals cut off after death. Investigators are still sifting through the missing I wonder if he took them with him, the genitals. We're taking in missing persons report from all over the nation. We're trying to generate some leads. If we haven't identified them from the missing persons files at this point, they may not have been reported as missing persons. It's possible these people were homeless people or vagrants or total loners who would not be dismissed. Okay, that's the one. More than 500 pages of documents released Monday from a task force investigating 5 unsolved serial murders identified for the first time an unemployed Punta Gorda man. Daniel Conohan, Jr., 42, of Punta Gorda, was arrested by the task force July 3rd on charges of kidnapping and attempted murder. The record released Monday, which detail an intensive undercover investigation, identify Conohan as a suspect in the serial killings in Port Charlotte and North Port. The bodies of 5 men have been found in remote, uninhabited scrublands, the first in February of 1994. Since January, 4 more victims have been found. There are similarities in the crime scenes. Some of the victims bore signs of rope burns, as did trees at some of the murder sites. Investigators theorize the victims agreed to be tied to the trees. Yeah, well, that was part of his sale, right? The first 3 victims remain unidentified. The last 2 victims were found April 17th. Richard A. Montgomery, 21, of Punta Gorda, had disappeared the day before and had his genitals cut off. The dismembered body of Kenneth L. Smith, 25, of Naples, was nearby. 2 of the earlier victims also likely had their genitals cut off after death. Man, Jesus. This guy's this is real psycho here. Let's see. After he agreed to be photographed naked. Okay, the picture of Conohan that emerges from the investigative reports is that of an unemployed male nurse who spent a lot of time cruising parks and the byways of Port Charlotte in search of friendly vagrants, all while under surveillance since mid-May. Wow. So he's out there just looking for, he's hunting, you know? Conohan struck up conversations with the drifters, talked about smoking marijuana, money problems, his chronic backaches, even the mysterious murders. He propositioned them and asked them if he could take pictures of them naked. 2 undercover Charlotte County detectives put themselves in Conohan's path. Wow, so they dressed up like a vagrant, sort of made sure he was going to walk by. Here's what happened according to transcripts of the tape-recorded conversations with Conohan. Oh man, that's going to be interesting. On the 17th, Detective Ray Weir was waiting on the median of Kings Highway near US 41 in Port Charlotte when Conohan pulled up and gave him $1 and asked if he would be interested in some work. Weir said he would, but that his back was injured, and Conohan said he might see him the next day. All right, then the next day, on the 18th, he said, "You do modeling?" Conohan asked. "No, I never have," Weir said. Conohan told him it pays well and that he had a model lined up for the weekend in Fort Myers. "I'm paying him $150. Some of these pictures are on the kinky, or I think it meant to say pictures are on the kinky side, so I don't know if you'd be into it." And then Weir said, "Maybe for more money." "Well, $150 is the limit," he said. It would be stripping, different poses, nude, and let's see. Well, $150 would be the limit. I wonder why he would even say $150 would be the limit. He doesn't care. He's not going to give it to the person. That's sort of interesting, though. Maybe it made him sound more legit. It would be stripping, different poses, nude, and there is a bondage scene. You know what I want to get. They agreed to try to meet again later. Then on May 21st, Weir again spots Conohan on King Highway and tells Conohan he set up a camp in the woods talking about the pictures. "I'd like to go into the wooded area. I like the outdoor setting," said Conohan. "I'll talk to you in the next few days for sure." Then on the 23rd, Detective Scott Clemens met up with Conohan in Kiwanis Park in Port Charlotte, portraying himself as a drifter just down from Georgia, out of money and in need of work and a place to stay. A suspicious Conohan asked him, "You're not a cop, are you?" Later he asked, "You ever hustle at all?" Clemens said a little, and Conohan offered him cash if he could perform oral sex on him. But Conohan didn't have $20. He gave Clemens his home number. Hey, it was nice meeting you," he said. Then May 24th, same detective, same place. Eventually, Conohan asked him if he modeled. Conohan said he wanted to take nude pictures, but he had to see Clemens naked before he would agree to it. Jeez. I also have to see what you look like with a rope tied around you against the tree. Hold on, let me... okay, yeah, you're not quite right. But I don't know how you look nude and how you would photograph, he said. Nothing is set up, however. May 25th. Clemens asked Conohan about the murders of other drifters. Clemens asked Conohan about the murders other drifters have told him about, saying the stories had unnerved him. Oh, that was interesting. Like, he's nervous too. Saying the stories have unnerved him. They have found like a total of 3 or 4 bodies over a period of 5 years, and they really don't know what the heck is going on, if anything. They're just trying to put it together. Conohan puts Clemens off on the pictures. "Maybe we can get together and party a little bit or something. You know, play it by ear." May 31st, detectives serve a search warrant on Conohan's car and the Punta Gorda Isle condo he shares with his parents. They haul away bed sheets, underwear, a knapsack, cigarette butts, videotapes, magazine, notes, rope, marijuana, a tarp, and a vacuum sweeping. Conohan refused to talk. Conohan is being held without bond in Lee County Jail. He has pleaded not guilty to attempted murder charge. Yep. Two more human skeletons found. This is 1996. Just when police figured they'd solved the mystery of 5 skeletons on the Gulf Coast, 2 more have cropped up to confound them. The most recent remains were found in dense woods in Sarasota County by hog hunters. The skeletons had been there for 6 months to a year. Neither gender nor cause of death has been established. The latest discovery was made near the small Gulf Coast community of Inglewood, less than 20 miles from where the other remains were found. Daniel Owen Conohan Jr. of Punta Gorda was charged in July with attempted murder and kidnapping. He's charged with abducting a man in Lee County in August 1994. Man, my energy juice is going. Okay, 1999, accused killer waives right to a jury trial. He just wants a judge. A man charged with first-degree murder for allegedly killing one of 5 men. This is 1999. Let's see. The evidence will show that the defendant has a very dark fantasy that he would act out with very deadly consequences. Investigators have said Conohan, an unemployed nurse at the time of his arrest, had a penchant for picking up male drifters to pose for nude photographs and a proclivity for sexual violence. He allegedly offered transients money to let him take nude pictures in the woods in Port Charlotte and Northport. They tied them to trees and killed them. The 5 men were believed to be killed over a period of 26 months. Most were found naked with strangulation marks around their necks. 3 were sexually mutilated. Rope grooves were discovered on nearby trees. Conohan, who faces the death penalty if convicted of first-degree murder, kidnapping, and sexual assault, has denied killing anyone. His defense attorney, Mark Arbrand, said a bad back made Conohan incapable of committing the crimes. They're describing this as a very brutal, physically demanding thing, and he was on his butt for about 2-3 weeks, and he was bedridden for a couple months. Let's go, gray sick man. I don't know what that means. But we've hit a lull. Do I have to go back on the beach or send myself... I could put myself in prison again, I guess. He does kind of look like Bubbles. I thought you'd never watched that show. How would you know what Bubbles look like? Investigators said murder started in February 1994. The last body was discovered April 17th. The only other victim who could be identified was Kenneth Lee Smith, 25, of Naples. The genitalia of 3 of the victims apparently were severed. Conohan was discharged from the Navy in 1978, a year after he enlisted under threat of a court-martial for several counts of sodomy and physical assault. He was accused of attempting to lure servicemen away from the Naval Training Center in Great Lakes, Illinois, to perform sex acts, and of striking one sailor on the head with a rock. Oh man, this guy's he's a psycho. There he is, right there. Thank you, Paulette Leonard. But yeah, if you haven't watched Trailer Park Boys, you should go watch it. It's pretty funny. Get in the hole? Are you sending me back to jail? Well, at least that's not negative bail. Like, that's almost like bail and then I'm out. Lee D.
Chewbacca? Oh, I'll be Chewbacca if you want me to.
Get in the hole.
Get in the hole. I wonder if I should make a hole where I'm just buried under the in the hole, and then you have to dig me out with loads of dirt. I'm not sure. You didn't send me to jail because you actually gave me bail. I didn't have to go. I got bail before I even got to go to it. Yeah. Maybe it was when I entertained the troll I got punished. I don't know. A man convicted of strangling a homeless person after hiring him for sexual photo session in the woods was sentenced to die Friday. Florida Circuit Judge William Blackwell sentenced Daniel Conohan, 45, for the murder of 21-year-old Richard Montgomery, who for $200, wow, he got $200, not $150. Wow, okay, I'm going back then. Lee D is adamant. She keeps sending me to jail. She says, no bail, get. Man, Lee D, that's really mean.
You're so mean, Lee DJ.
What do you mean? How, you want me in jail?
Oh yeah, that's right. Hey, cool, Lee D.
Oh boy, see that, Mary Lou? She doesn't even know what what side she's on half the time. Yeah, Lee D doesn't like Mary Lou, and Zozo likes Mary Lou but hates John Boy. Okay. Yeah. It's always disappointing when I see the freaks over there on good old Grifter's channel.
So mean.
See that? They are mean. They all want to keep me in here. It's unbelievable. I guess I can just do the show in prison. I'll just read the paper. Thank you, Sarita. Oh, and known as 617. All right. That'll be good. Yeah, no, it's just every once in a while I see a comment and it's like, hey, it's like, why are you even interested? There's nothing done on that channel with a genuine motive at all. Okay, it's all a grift, every single bit of it. Even the part about, oh God, when I see these, I get so, it makes me really feel a chill. Oh, bullshit, man. Yeah. Dun, 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 dun. Just look them up on Google, and you'll know. That's all you gotta do. All right, thanks for the getting bailed out of there. All right, here we go. A man convicted of strangling a homeless person after hiring him for sexual photo session in the woods was sentenced to die Friday. Hey, Jen H. Thank you.
I'll do Chewbacca if you want me
okay,
to.
well, thanks.
Grey, I was trying to send you bail. Smiley face.
That's very generous, especially after you already were generous with the PayPal. Oh, I'm out. I got out fishing in the dark. Now I'd like to go fishing. I was just looking at my Google Earth map at these places I had selected to go try randomly.
Chewbacca? I'll do Chewbacca if you want me to.
Get out and go fishing.
Alright. Oh, there goes Blue. He's freaking out. Florida Circuit Judge William Blackwell sentenced Daniel Conohan, 45, for the murder of 21-year-old Richard Montgomery, who for $200 agreed to be tied naked to a tree so Conohan could take pictures of him. That was his M.O. Conohan, 45, who decided against a jury trial, was convicted by Blackwell of first-degree murder in August for the 1996 death. Conohan is suspected in the deaths of 4 other men found naked in the woods of northern Charlotte County in the mid-90s. These cases remain under investigation. Investigators argue that Conohan, an unemployed nurse at the time of his arrest, had a penchant for picking up drifters to take nude photographs and a proclivity for sexual violence. They said Conohan offered transients money to take nude pictures in the woods near Fort Myers, then tied them to trees and killed them. Conohan repeatedly denied killing anyone. And then there's 2000, 4 years after that. Come on. Sometimes newspapers.com doesn't load up. It's clocking. The freaks. Yep, tomorrow we're going to have Colleen and Misty on. The head genealogist and Colleen Fitzpatrick. Yeah, it's just clocking away up there. Look at that. Oh, I just saw it. Okay, there it is. So there he is again. He looks a little bit more like Bubbles in this one, Zozo. Look at that. He just needed to have those, they needed to be round and a little bit more, a higher magnification factor. Yeah, it should be at 6. One of Southwest Florida's most bizarre murder cases has caught the attention of cable television, Court TV. Daniel Conohan, sentenced last December to death for the April 1996 murder of Punta Gorda Man, will be featured tonight in Court TV's primetime series, Crime Stories. I don't really want to go over there. So I'm going to go to 2008. So 8 people whose skeletal remains were discovered last year in a wooded area just outside down. I guarantee it, all of these are ones he did. Investigators have been weighing a number of theories, including whether the skeletons could be the work of a serial killer or remains dumped by a crooked mortician. Or unless these are 8 different ones. I thought they were saying, remember how they found 5 and then 2 more? So maybe this is something different. Detectives have so far identified 2 of the victims through DNA. Eric D. Kohler, 21, of Port Charlotte, and John C. Blevins, 38, of Fort Myers, were identified by comparing DNA from the bones to DNA from their relatives. Authorities know precious little about the remaining skeletons, other than that they were white men between the ages of 18 and 49 and died as far back as 1980. Detectives have not ruled out the possibility that the skeletons are victims of Daniel Conohan. You know, and the thing is he was 42 in 1996. So, you know, go back to 1980, still, you know, 26, 27. Conohan is now, you know, he's 53 now, who's on death row at Union Correction Institution. Okay, so that was 2008. I mean, there's so many bodies in those woods. And he put 5 of them there for sure. So the other ones were just thrown there by a mortician? Ah, come on. Grass and wildflower have grown over the former crime scene, and tips have slowed to a crawl, and Fort Myers police are no closer to figuring out what happened to 8 homicide victims whose bones were uncovered in 2007. A survivor was working, this is 2012, a survivor was working in a secluded area of woods off Arcadia Street. Let's see where that is. Because I actually have the location. This is where one of his victims was found. Right off of this. Used to be called Hogs Lane. Right here. So let's see where Arcadia Lane is. Street. Arcadia Street in Fort Myers. Okay. That's 30-something miles. It's not real close. That's not tremendously far either, you know. A survivor was working in a secluded area of woods off Arcadia Street on March 23rd, or surveyor, excuse me, on March 23rd, 2007, when he stumbled across 2 human skulls. Fort Myers Police and the Florida Department of Law Enforcement were called to the scene, where the investigation snowballed to eventually reveal bones from 8 victims. Now, 5 years later, only 3 of those people have been identified. The 8 victims were white men between 18 and 49 who likely lived transient lifestyles. Well, there you go. And died between 1980 and 2000. Although, you know, anything after 96 would be weird, because it wouldn't be him. Police still don't know how the men died and ended up in the mass grave, or whether they knew each other, said Detective Mally Langdon with the Fort Myers Police Department. She said she is in contact with family members of 3 unidentified men: Eric Kohler of Port Charlotte, John Blevins, and Jonathan Teehee. It's sad. You can't help but feel like, God, I wish I could give them something, Langdon said, but there just isn't anything, unfortunately. Langdon, who is the only member of the Fort Myers Police Department investigating the case, has a few hours a week available to spend on it. Langdon is in the process of going through records of local homeless shelters, looking for men who may have gone missing. When their remains were discovered, the police department fielded hundreds of similar calls to the police department has received a call a few months ago from someone looking for a missing relative. They got a lot of those calls. Daniel Conohan, who was convicted in 1999 of killing a drifter in Charlotte County, has been mentioned by Fort Myers Police with regard to the crime, but we have never pursued a suspect. Carol E. Broderick wishes she has never found out skeletal remains E belonged to her son, Eric Kohler. I'm hoping that there is an afterlife and that Eric has some peace in life, because I know deep in my heart that he must have died a horrendous death if he was there with 7 other bodies. Kohler was 19 the last time his mother saw him. Around 1990, see, that was 1993. I guarantee it. It just has to be that guy. He came by her home in Charlotte County drunk and covered in blood from a recent fight, Broderick said. After that, Broderick would periodically check Kohler's social security number for activity. When there was none, she feared something bad had happened. Still, she kept searching for it. Every time I saw a kid on a bike, I would always look to see if it was Eric. Even years down the road, even in 2007, I was thinking, is that Eric? Based on police estimates, Kohler was likely killed in 1995 or 96. That would be right around that time. Kohler was a troubled child, Broderick said. The state took Kohler away from Broderick when he tried to suffocate his baby sister. Jesus. No matter what problem he had, Kohler never deserved ending up in a massive grave in the woods, Broderick said. But part of me would rather have gone on wondering. Yeah, there's some people that think that way. Victim C. Skeletal remains C belonged to Jonathan T., a drifter from North Fort Myers with a history of drug addiction. Though his family never knew exactly where he was, he called home religiously for holidays and birthdays, said his half-sister, 33-year-old Natalie Worthington. In 1996, when Teehee was about 25, the calls stopped coming. His family filed a missing persons report, and Teehee's mother, Rose Dumont, called investigators every month for updates in the case. He was always in the back of our minds. We always wondered, Worthington said. Teehee's mother died 4 months before police confirmed he was one of the victims found in Fort Myers. Worthington buried half his ashes with his mother. Victim D. In November 2007, 8 months after the bones were found, skeletal remains D were identified as John Blevins, who disappeared when he was 26 in 1995. His family could not be reached for comment. So isn't that weird that all of these people are in the years where this Conohan guy was killing people? So these are probably all related to him. And then that would make these 8, 5, 13, there'd be at least 14 people. He's being undercounted on his total. And who knows, he might have what he probably did was tie people to trees, kill them, leave, and then he would go back and move them at some point when the coast was clear. All right, here we go. So, somewhat good news here.
1994. This road used to be known as the Hog Trail.
The sheriff's office say they've identified the remains from a 27-year-old cold case.
And those remains have been identified as Gerald Lombard, and they now believe he was murdered by a serial killer. Fox 4's Rob Manch in Charlotte County tonight to show us what detectives and the family have to say.
Back in 1994, this road used to be known as the Hog Trail. Now it's Wyandotte Avenue in Charlotte County. This is where Gerald Lombard's body was found by 2 hunters. But the remains couldn't be identified without modern DNA technology, so it took until this year to finally bring his family closure. Gerald Lombard's sister, Carol Lombard Dufresne, says after all this time, she and her husband Bob didn't think they would ever know what happened to her brother.
And the last I spoke with him was in 1991.
Detectives Kurt Mell and Mike Vogel say after 27 years, Dufresne didn't believe him when he first called.
She was real hesitant to talk to me, because here's some guy calling out of the blue saying, do you have a family member that's missing?
The Dufresnes quickly learned how much work it had taken to get to that phone call. Detectives took a tooth from Lombard's remains recovered from the woods, and researchers were able to get a DNA profile. They then matched that with DNA Dufresne's sister had submitted to Ancestry.com.
That DNA that she had submitted matched up to the DNA genealogy research that the FBI did.
Detectives also matched a picture developed from Lombard's skull to a real picture of him, and they could tell it was the same person. But now, they also think they know how he died.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure we got the right spot here. I think they're in that shot, and we're looking back like this. I mean, it does kind of curve around, and there's a stop sign over there. Right, here's what I think. I think the person's taking the photo right off, maybe like here, right on this. Maybe, nah. Wonder if that's the one. It's hard to tell, but anyways, this is the Hogs Lane. Used to be Hogs Road, I think. Or lane, maybe down here. Let's see what it looks like down here. Yeah, it's hard to tell. I think the first area was the one though. Let's see what it looked like back in the 90s. Oh yeah, that's wow. So here's the thing, this is February 1995. So I think there's probably some bodies sitting there right during this image. You can't see them because it's not clear, but that's April 1994, February 1995, 98. It's a lot more wooded certain times of year too. Yes, I'm typing. Alright, let me get back to the...
At the hands of Daniel Conohan. Conohan DNA profile. They then matched that with DNA Dufresne's sister had submitted to Ancestry.com.
That
this meeting
DNA
is
that she
being
had
recorded.
submitted matched up to the DNA genealogy research that the FBI did.
Detectives also matched a picture developed from Lombard's skull to a real picture of him, and they could tell it was the same person. But now, they also think they know how he died, at the hands of Daniel Conohan. Conohan is currently on death row for a separate killing in the same area back in 1996, where he lured a victim.
Here's what I would do. I would cut a deal with him. I'd say, because I don't really care, you know. Just keep him in prison until he dies, and cut a deal and have him tell every other murder. If he doesn't come clean and we don't find the bodies, then the death penalty's still on the table. Okay? Just, he's got the death penalty. You know, there's a lot of other families that would like to have answers. Okay? So that's the chip that they have. And they should do it right now and say, listen, we think you're responsible. Tell us every single one. And if you don't, you know, if you don't tell us, then there's no deal. Except his lawyer probably would make him sign, you know. I don't know how that would actually work. That's how I would do it, though. I want answers. I want to know. I think he's got way more bodies, a huge body count. This is one of those guys that preyed just like sex workers, just like hitchhikers back in the day. He preyed on a really vulnerable group of people that were willing, people that need rides. Well, they're less likely, but a sex worker and homeless people, that's their only chance is to try to get some money, is to do something that they didn't want to be doing. Yeah. All right. So anyways, I'm going to put the phone number up, but I'm going to keep doing this for a minute. I got a couple more links here. Let me open that one back up again now. I didn't finish it. Yeah, if you guys want to call in, you just might as well.
Identified the remains from...
I did.
Detectives also matched a picture. She's glad the rest of the family now has closure.
We're happy that we now know what happened to him, but it's sad.
And the family now has the option of either burying Lombard's remains or donating them to researchers to possibly help in future cases. Meanwhile, detectives still have to prove their theory that Conohan was behind Lombard's death. That's why they're asking the public to call the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office if they know anything about how Lombard died. We'll have that number posted in this story on our website at fox4now.com. In Charlotte County, Rob Manch, Fox 4.
Man who had a sentence previously commuted by President Obama.
Wait, what? Wait, hold on. I gotta sure hope we're not talking about this guy. Wouldn't shock me, though. Well, it would, because it wouldn't be the right personnel. Yeah, I mean, look at all these images with this guy. Look at. There he is. The vehicle looks like some bindings. There's the guy that lived. Look at that mark around his neck. Can you guys even see that? It's kind of small, but and these are some of his other victims. There's Montgomery. He died. He was on the ground there. Barbarian. I mean, this guy's he's right up there. He just doesn't have the fame. He needs to come clean. He'll get real famous.
The victim in a 27-year-old murder case has now been identified.
Once known as John Doe number 1, he's now a father, a brother, and more. Jerry Lombard's body was found in February of 1994. Now with this new revelation, his family finally has some answers. Wake News reporter Erica Jackson live in Charlotte County. And Erica, this is apparently connected to a serial killer.
Chris, likely but not officially.
Sure.
A construction worker found the remains of Jerry Lombard in these woods in 1994. And then over the next 2 years, people and dogs found more bodies, some decomposing, some disassembled, between here and Northport. Daniel Conohan is now on death row for one of the killings. Detectives found similarities between all 5 scenes and believe Conohan is the common denominator. Jerry Lombard was a shining light in his family.
Jerry Lombard?
He used to make everyone laugh. We used to call him the class clown.
But for nearly 3 decades, his family's days were filled with darkness.
But for nearly 3 decades. I can't even do it.
I never would have thought that it would have been this.
Jerry Lombard frequently traveled around the country. He'd check in with his family from time to time. Months, then years passed.
Months?
Nothing.
Did you hear that? Months.
We knew once he didn't call, something wasn't right.
It wasn't. A construction worker found his decomposed body in these woods in 1994. Detectives didn't know who the body belonged to, until a relative's DNA sample sent to Ancestry.com provided a possible match.
It's very impressive. I mean, I appreciate everyone who's put in all this effort to find out, who my dad was.
Charlotte County's cold case team says Daniel Conohan is Lombard's suspected killer. Detectives believe he lured his victims into the woods, forced them to get naked, strangled them, and cut off their genitals.
They were willing. No, he didn't force them to get naked. That was part of his grift. Yeah, he would just go, or his little MO trickery shit. Like he would just go, hey, I just want to take some pictures of you. You got to be naked, and I'll definitely need to be tying you to a tree. That's part of it. It's kind of a fetish angle here. Oh, I'll give you $150. Oh, God, yeah, man, I haven't eaten in days. Sure, that'd be great. And then he gets them tied up, and then everything changes, right?
Hands on death row for one of the killings, and suspected of 3 others. The victims' families will always see that darkness.
A girl and her dad, that's a very sacred bond, and I'm just, a part of me forever be broken that was taken away.
And Lombard's family told me the closure in this case is bittersweet. It's a double-edged sword. Now both of his parents have
This is kind of funny because
died.
Look at see the way this works right here. That there's not a back to you, Jim. Like headset in. This is just another take. Right? She's just kind of working up to it, and then finally busts into it.
We see.
So watch when it comes back.
A girl and her dad. That's a very.
See, this is like a take, one of her takes, but she's kind of
sacred bond, and I'm just, a part of me forever be broken that was taken away.
So watch this pause at the beginning. Watch. Okay, here's what I'm gonna say. Yeah.
And Lombard's family told me the closure in this case is bittersweet. It's a double-edged sword. Now both of his parents have died since his disappearance. But his siblings tell me that his mother always knew something was wrong. So you can call it a parent's intuition. I'm live in Charlotte County. Erica Jackson, Wink News. Now.
Yeah. Anyway, back to you, Jim. So this guy was just identified today. And his name is Gerald Lombard. So there you go. Anyways, if you want to call in now, we got another. I'll stay on for a little bit. We have these huge dead times during the show, so I'm not sure how long I'm going to stay on. But we got another. I've been on for 2 hours and 39 minutes. But it's okay too. I don't really. If you don't want to call in, usually it's tough to get people to call in, anyways. Well, thanks, this account. I mentioned your other one earlier. Yeah, well, he's 42 years old. You know, he killed a lot of... I don't know. I sent her an email. I don't know where Suzanne is. Oh, boy. Here we go. Hello. Hello. I don't know what's going on. Hello, you're there.
Hello?
Yeah, hello, what's going on?
Not much. This is Charles.
Oh, this is okay. What's going on?
Yeah, well, I just figured since it was this case or whatnot, like I said, back in was it 94 or whatnot, I talked to my cousin, John, and like I said, he was a real smart dude streetwise or whatnot, and, one day he was just there, he would go to bars and stuff nearby locally, and then just completely gone the next day. Didn't ever see him again. Nobody kept, and even when they found the 8 bodies, it's rarely even mentioned. I've brought it up for years to people trying to get the information out there. It's just crazy.
I mean, so which one of the victims was a cousin of yours?
Yeah, John Blevins.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's right. I saw that.
Yeah, he's one of the 8 or whatnot that was found, but they still can't tell because Conohan won't even admit to the one they actually got him for, let alone any others. Yeah.
So, I mean, what made you? How did you even know I was doing a show on this case?
Well, if you don't, I'm not sure if you remember or not. When I first started coming here, like 5 or 6 days ago, I actually asked in the chat. I said, "Hey, Greg, have you ever heard of the Fort Myers 8?" And it's just odd that all of a sudden I had asked about that, started coming here, but then all of a sudden they just had an update about one of the victims.
Well, the Fort Myers 8 are different than the other 5, right? That's 13.
Yeah. What they're saying is he's their only suspect in the matter.
Yeah, well, it's just such a clear, they're homeless people, same time frame. I don't know if there was any that they could tell was, had their genitals removed or anything like that in those.
Yeah, 8. They were all skeletons by that point, so they couldn't tell.
Yeah.
They said all the victims, if I remember right from the news, all the victims had the same cause of death. Their trachea or whatever, that bone in the throat or whatever, was messed up. That's really the only thing. Yeah, that one.
Yeah. Huh. Well, that's his MO. He strangles them with the rope.
Exactly. I mean, I thought, sometimes I wonder if the cops hadn't even gone down there to really discuss it with Conohan or whatever. I almost send him letters at different points just to say, hey.
I wonder if he would go back and sort of collect the body and then take it somewhere into a mass grave situation. Were they all the 8 in the same grave?
Well, I've actually been out there probably 10 times or so. It used to be much more of a wooded area, but the area that the victims were actually found is still pretty wooded or whatnot. It's right down the road from Dog Pound. The end of the road or whatnot has the county dog pound or whatever at it. And when you go to the end of the dead end road, that's basically where they found them, in the wooded area right there. And it used to be much more wooded.
Well, where is it? Maybe say where it is. Let's try to find it. What was the...
It's Arcadia Street or Arcadia Road.
Okay, so I was in the right area before.
Yeah, you had it right, yeah.
So it's kind of like 30 miles away from this other victim, right?
Oh, yeah, but you got to understand, back then, I-75 was just put in, but there wasn't anything else out there. So there was this long stretch of road that's connecting all these 3 counties and all these cities. And he struck all the way from Naples, which is all the way down south, to all the way to Port St. Lucie and St. Charles and all that, which is all the way north. We're right in the middle.
Yeah. So where on Arcadia Street is it? Where you go all the way to the end of it? Towards the baseball?
If you go to the very end of it.
By the baseball diamonds? To the baseball diamonds?
Yeah, if you go all the way to the end of Arcadia on Google Maps or whatnot.
Well, but there might be more. Is it near the end where the baseball diamonds are, though?
Yeah.
Okay, so then the pavement sort of runs out, right? And then there's a barricade.
Exactly.
A barricade, and then what do you do from there?
What happened was Conohan, like I said, like you already once said, he basically tied people to a tree, acting like he was doing some kinky stuff with them, and then he'd strangle them. Yeah. And then at some point,
what I was asking is where from here. Okay, I'm at the end of that where the barricade is. Where from there was the mass grave?
Let me pull up the thingy or whatnot. Okay.
I mean, I know what he did to them. I'm just saying, I'm trying to figure out where the grave
Pull
is.
into Arcadia Street.
Yeah. Now here's the end of it right here. This is
The real big wooded area right at the end.
Okay, right here, this wooded area, right here, right? I don't know if you can see what I'm looking at. But...
Yeah, yep, right there.
Okay.
Yeah, I had to actually keep Zoom open, but at the same time, I'm looking at YouTube.
Okay. Yeah, you know what I could do is I could do a hold on. Now you can see in Zoom you can see where I am live pretty much.
It's crazy. It's literally 4 miles down the road from here. Right
okay,
now.
So in this little clump of woods right here, is that where it was? Just in the middle there?
Yep. Yeah. A surveyor was out there. I'm not sure what they were looking to build or what, or just taking, check on city land. But the surveyor found the skull, and then right next to it was another skull, and then they were like,
right.
"Oh, we got to better call the sheriff's department."
What year was that? What year was that again?
2007, 2006, or 2007 is when they found the 8.
Okay, because this is a satellite image from 2006, January. Yeah. So they're there right now.
The area is like much more wooded back then, and even back in the 90s, it was all woods back then.
Yeah, so right at this moment, in this January 2006 satellite image, there's 8 bodies sitting right here, right?
Mm-hmm. And within 150 yards from each other, every single one.
Oh, you know what I bet you? God, they just... Oh, man. Look at this. Watch. This next shot, see how there's that really light area? That's probably where the grave was. We just can't see it because it's so blurry. Because they cleared it out, right?
Uh-huh.
Let's see what happens in 2007. Oh, yeah. So probably maybe like right in there. It looks like it's the same. Right here. Let me put a pin on top of that.
And it's crazy because that area, I mean, even to this day, is a very, very bad neighborhood. I don't want to sound bad or anything, but it's not the place. Sorry to say to everybody, but if you're white, you don't want to be out there at night. And especially back in the 90s, it was real bad. I was jumped out there myself quite a few times. So I'm not trying to say anything bad about it, but yeah, it's a real, real bad area.
So right in here, you're okay. So I bet you that's so weird looking at the. Wait, there it is again.
Exactly.
I think in that shot, that little clearing that they created in the middle. This is November 2007.
Mm-hmm.
But if you go back further, it's filled in there. Let's see. Let me go back to 1999.
There was a ton of trees and everything.
Yeah, a lot of trees. That one, look at even in 2005, absolutely solid trees. And then December
perfect spot if you're going to dump bodies.
Yeah, and then 2005, December, it's nice and filled with trees. And then you go to August 2006. Now there's this opening that somebody made. You can actually see the ground in there. It's just
like the whole area got disrupted by something.
And a trail going there. Like you can actually see this little path used probably to come in and out. And they didn't want to go. Maybe they didn't use Arcadia. They went through.
And if you ever want to get creeped out and you're ever in Fort Myers, go to that area because it's just weird out there, man. And it's okay. It does not have a good vibe to it.
Yep. And then right there, you can see it's wide open spot. Wow, that's wild. Yeah.
And because of I-75, there's now spots also in North Fort Myers that look just like it, and stuff right, down the road from me about a mile away right now, and all of those have possibilities of being dumping spots.
Did you call this the Fort Myers 8?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if I spelled it right.
I keep, oddly enough, I bug people about it quite often. I'm like, hey, you should do this subject or whatnot, and I've gotten a few podcasts or whatnot that actually do stuff on it. But other than identifying a victim here and there, that's all the information we get.
Yeah, so what's weird about this is, I think there's probably going to be a street view. Yep, look at that.
Mm-hmm.
So I can go down to the street view. So this person, the killer, because he was even like this before, he just drove right down to the end of this and probably carried the bodies.
Yeah, it's like he got used to an area and made sure it was nice, wooded, and isolated, and then he would bring the guys out there and,
And he would do it at night. Let's take a look at the satellite here back in 1995. Okay, this is 94, but this is way even before that. So
yeah,
we can only go back to 90. 94.
We only had 1,000 people.
Yeah,
now it's over like 60,000.
Yeah, this is March 1994, but he was already putting some bodies there, but some were there since 1980. They're saying.
Yeah, exactly.
So those are just his little dumping spot. He also had a couple of them.
And since he had them in Port St. Lucie, and I believe at least in Fort Myers, I do believe there's some in North Fort Myers. I believe there's some in South Fort Myers. It's all going down I-75, all these humongous areas of wooded nothing.
Man, I wonder how many homeless people are missing.
That's what I'm saying. And
he could have killed 40, 50 people. I mean, nobody would even have a clue, right?
That's exactly the problem. And he won't say a word. He won't talk to nobody. I like I said, I've entertained sending letters and stuff like that, but I don't think, I used to think maybe he just said he didn't do any of this just because his parents were still alive. But now that they've passed away, he's still not.
Yeah. Wow.
And the case itself, it could be massive for all I know. And it's like, it's barely even mentioned. I got a little bit on a documentary once on that new detective documentary. He talked about it for like, I don't know, a third of the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that seems like an interesting one.
Well, it's definitely interesting. It's just, I don't know. I don't know if it's because of the whole, no offense, the gay thing and all that stuff, but they don't like talking about it, it seems, on TV.
And some of the guys probably weren't even gay. I think he's got some kind of a weird, like a sadist, what do you call it? Like a
he's definitely sexual sadist.
Yeah, sexual sadist, and he's but he's also gay in that. So he's a gay sexual sadist, and he would offer money to these guys, and they would just say, "Sure, I'll pose naked and you can tie me up." I don't know who would do that, but for money, I guess if you're that desperate, and then he just took advantage of that situation.
Well, he would pick up dudes at bars that were sitting there getting drunk and this and that, and he was smart about it. I would give him that much. He would talk to guys that were already abbreviated, and intoxicated and everything else, and it didn't take much. I mean, right down the road from the 8 victims that were found, the one guy who actually escaped from them was 2 miles from there, where the 8 were found.
Yeah.
And that's why I said he's my only suspect, and basically he should be the only suspect in everybody's mind, because the one dude that stole his car, because that's how he got caught. One of his victims escaped, stole his car, and took off with it. He reported the car stolen, and the police arrested the guy, and the guy was like, "Yo, dude, he was trying to strangle me." And that's how he started. All the case started going against him right there. The evidence they found was there was fibers and there was paint that matched his parents' car, and it was a very specific paint because of the different colors on top of each other.
Wow. So it sounds like he was kind of dumb too. Like even though he was clever,
that's what I'm saying. I mean, he had tons of book smarts, it seems, but he made a ton of mistakes at the same time.
Yeah, like he thought he just had everything. Oh, he's gotten what he probably got was careless, he must be stupid too. I mean, here's the thing: it's like he's this guy who was able to lure these people in, and then he had these dumping grounds, and everything was just kind of working and kept working for him. But then one time he struggled, he had no plan, and he literally calls the cops to go find his car for him, basically.
That's what I'm saying. It's like, how dumb do you get?
But how did the guy? But let me ask you this too. But that guy, remember, he was the guy he escaped by using some clippers or some kind of pliers left on the ground, right? Why was he
2 victims that escaped.
Yeah.
One of the victims, he was just too strong for Conohan to strangle. He would try and
okay, that's the one I was thinking of.
Yeah, the second one, the one I'm talking about, Conohan's car got stuck in like a ditch or something like that, so they called a tow truck, and when the tow truck or whatever showed up to pull the car out, the second he got it pulled out, the dude, fearing for his life because Conohan was trying to strangle him right before that, stole the car. Yeah, like I said, it's a whole crazy story, man.
Wow.
The more I hear about it, I'm like, the more I actually want to know about it, because it's just insane.
He may have been somebody that had been on to something. Like he already heard of other people and realized he was going to be a victim.
And at that point, the cops were already following him around, partially because of one of the other victim with the big neck.
Right.
Yeah, he was on their radar, but they just couldn't prove him.
Yeah, it's weird that he tried to strangle the other guy for 20 minutes and he couldn't do it.
Well, actually, they had an interview with that guy. I kid you not, the dude was built like all hell. As part of my friend. His neck was massive.
Right, but I mean, why didn't he kill him another way? It's like at that point, you just got to kill. I'm just saying, as a serial killer goes.
I find that weird too. What he just basically left the guy tied up on the tree.
Right,
it makes no sense.
That's why you think he would have killed him some other way, like had a backup plan in case everything went awry. Instead, he goes, "Oh, okay, see you later." Leaving him.
From what the guy said, he basically got frustrated after doing it for all this time, and he just left. And when I heard about it, I was like, "He just left? Just left the guy there?" Okay. And in my area, at least around here, it's always about Daniel Conohan and Gerard Schaefer, which. If you don't know that one, look into it sometime. It's crazy. He was a cop serial killer.
Who was?
Gerard John Schaefer, who was a deputy sheriff in a county right near here, and he was also a serial killer.
Wow. Guess you got a lot of serial killers out there, huh?
Oh, that's nothing. If you haven't heard of that one guy, Sam Little, the one who's got it confirmed.
Yeah, Chicago.
One of his victims was also in Fort Myers.
Yeah, no, I saw that one in the today. Looking it up, I was like, they had that and another case in there. So so that might have been. I mean, Samuel Little. I wouldn't be shocked if they're kind of in the same ballpark in terms of numbers.
That's what I'm saying. It was around the same time and all that back in the 90s. Samuel Little was killing women, and he did kill some men too, he said, but mostly just women. But yeah, it seems, at least my area, serial killers just like to make like a little pit stop in. They're cool about it. They want to come by,
Yeah.
Because back in the 90s, this town, I think it might have just turned into a city back then. The majority of it was all woods. Nothing had been built, and since then, in past 30 years, the whole thing's blown up. We went from 10,000 population to about 200,000 in 20 years.
Wow. So it's pretty, I mean, it's cool that you've actually, gone to the crime scene. You probably, I don't know if you have any videos or photos of it or not.
Actually, if you give me a couple of days or whatnot, since I just got a new camera the other day, I will go out there again. It's that close to my house. And I will show you exactly on film where all that stuff is. And it's just, like I said, the whole area is just got a creepy vibe to it. It sounds bad, but we used to go out there on Halloween or whatnot.
Yeah.
That was kind of like a test of courage at that point.
Yeah, it looks like that opening is now, it's kind of more of there's some more clear areas, but that spot where I had the, that's over here. Let me see what it looks like. So it's grown back in again. I was looking at the wrong spot, but right here is where the grave was, but it's all grown back over again, right? Well, not actually. The satellite image is from.
Spot where you see a clearing.
Could be from years ago. The satellite footage. Let me see. Well, let's see. That one is January 2021.
But the last time I was out there, it seems to get more bare as time goes by. That one spot just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's kind of weird.
Well, maybe they keep going out there, see if they can find something else, I guess.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people that just keep going out there for whatever reason, and then they just, chill out there or something.
Yeah. Well,
because
cool.
It's too close to the Fort Myers Police Department and all that, so it's not like they can go out there and go four-wheeling and stuff like other parts of Fort Myers.
Yeah, well, I'd be interested in looking at the photos if you take some, but I also don't want you to go out there if it's not really safe, you know.
Oh, don't worry about it. I'll take some pictures. I'll take some video and the whole 9 yards. Yeah, it's simple for me, honestly. It's like having a serial killer thing right in your backyard.
Okay, well, if you have Google, you can email me the videos and everything.
I will. I'll ask the freaks in chat or whatnot after I go there in a day or two what your email is, and I'll just send you a whole bunch of stuff on it.
Well, my email's in all of my videos description, so you can find it in there.
Yeah, Gray Hughes 2 or something like that. Don't worry, I'll be able to find it.
Yeah, but Hughes is spelled Huze 2. But.
Okay, I'll definitely check the chat first.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just the whole thing is just crazy.
Yeah, well, I appreciate you calling in and tell us exactly
no problem.
where that was.
I just figured if it's one case I know anything about, it's this one.
Well, yeah, you live right there, and you're related to one of them, so the victim.
Exactly.
So very cool. Well, I'm sorry for your loss, but it's cool that you have.
You got to understand, it's been like almost 30 years now. It's kind of sad to say, but you kind of get used to death in my family, so.
Yeah. Okay.
It wouldn't be the first. He's not the first cousin of mine that was murdered.
Yeah.
We just actually know who killed the other ones. So.
Okay.
My other cousin was shot at a motel near here. I guess a drug deal had gone bad, and they basically shot him 4 times.
Jeez.
Yeah.
Well, you stay safe, all right?
Oh, no, you ain't gonna worry about me, man. I keep living. I still kind of live in the ghetto, but we on a property that's fenced in with pit bulls and the whole 9 yards. We keep to ourselves.
All right, cool. Well, anyways, thanks for calling in, and send me the email.
No
and maybe we'll have you come back on. You can.
No problem. Thanks for having me. I'm gonna go back to chat and stuff, but y'all have a great night.
Okay, you too. Talk to you later. Bye.
Hey.
And I'm just going to end that right there. But if you guys would like to support the channel right at the last minute, we're quite a bit behind a normal night again. That would be great. If not, that's cool too. But anyways, I am going to 3 hours and 4 minutes. I'm going to, hey, thanks, Cairo. Oh yeah, Chris Watts. Yes, Chris Watts last night had for dinner beets, green peas, and broccoli. Now you might ask yourself, how do we know that? Well, we have got inside people who are monitoring his fecal matter on a nightly basis. In fact, they're when he flushes the toilet, they've got this trap they set up in there to capture it. And what we do then is we take it to our laboratories and we pick it apart and we figure out all the different types of foods that he's eaten, and we have it on a graph and a chart in an Excel spreadsheet just for all those Chris Watts fans that can't get enough of that case, and they have something to read before they go to bed. And tomorrow I hope that we will have another listing of what he ate the night before, which would be today. It'll be absolutely incredible. Cannot wait. Cannot wait. All right. Hey, thanks, Cara. We had a Kanika Jenkins troll in here earlier, though. He said that I screwed up on the 911 call, and pretty wild. Yeah. Jessica Schubach. See, I made Jessica laugh. See that? Yeah, thanks for calling in, Charles. And, sorry for timing you out earlier for sort of stepping on the information was going to be coming out later in the show. But that was weird because I actually remember you commenting about the Fort Myers 8. And I said, yeah, send me an email. Or something like that. Probably a little bit more snarky than that, like I always sound when we're talking about another case. I made my parents laugh today when I told them the same story about me almost eating nice peanut butter cookies for my dogs that looked like human peanut butter cookies. And boy, they smelled like them too. Yeah, you'll have to send me an email, Pixie Mermaid. I'm not covering another case tonight. Thanks. Sorry for your loss, though. Yeah, no, seriously. I would definitely. I've tried dog food, just for the hell of it, and I think everybody should. You know, right when you pull it out of the, open up a new bag of dog food and just pull it out, pull a little piece, a little kernel out, little nugget, and eat it, and then you'll realize why sometimes your dog gets a little finicky. You know, like why aren't you eating this today? Well, eat it yourself. And you'll know exactly why. Tastes like rye crisp with a little gravy. I mean, it just sucks. I mean, there are some of the soft dog foods that seems like it would taste pretty good spread on perhaps a saltine cracker. Yee-hoo! Oh yeah? A rendering plant, huh? Anywhere near the meat processing plants. I heard Anadarko Oil has bought up a few processing plants themselves. Looks like Jen H isn't feeling very good. And Sarita. And Amber. And Lee D has a face of just nothingness. The straight... What does that mean again? Ah, crap. I'm never going to remember those. What does that mean, inconsistent freak? I don't know what that means. Yeah, why wouldn't you? I mean, if I was in a pinch, throw some Snapchat filters on that theory and boom. Can you believe, listen, how long, let me ask you this. How many months have I said that the sketches to me in the Delphi case are sort of meaningless, pretty much. And really everybody needs to focus in on the video and the audio. How many months have I been saying that? That we just need to get the audio and the video out. But now, good old Harvey puts out a video and he says, you know what? I've determined we need to not pay attention to the sketches and look at the video and the audio, but look at this one. And then he has one of his crazy ass filtered freaking pork chop looking dumb crap. It's ludicrous stuff, right? Why, take a look at this one, everybody. This is the greatest image manipulation I've ever seen. I mean, the FBI, he was actually saying law enforcement were dumb. Like, look, go read the comments on that video. He literally said, well, maybe law enforcement's just stupid. That's why they're not using my image enhancements. Oh, you've enhanced it all right. You enhanced all of the intelligent information out of it. You turned it into you know what it looks like? If you took a clay image that hadn't hardened yet and took a sledgehammer to it and hit it 57 times and smashed it into the ground and then took that and said, who does this look like? Well, it looks like nobody living or anybody. It looks like a smashed up clay face. Okay? It's horrible. It's the dumbest stuff I've ever seen on YouTube. Okay? Well, that's not true, Gray. I advised the CIA and the... I was working with the CIA and telling them how to get out of Nicaragua. Oh, yeah. Don't forget about the time when I... Oh, God. You know, that guy and the grifter, there are clones of each other, other than one was an actual criminal and the other isn't. If I worked for 47 hours, I would have figured out that, you know, what is it? In 1 hour, I did what Gray did in 500 hours. Yeah, because after my 500 hours of research and putting actual shit together, you actually just saw it and went, yeah, okay, here's where this photograph is. Well, you've actually never done that, okay? Yep, foghorn, leghorn. Lisa. Yeah, well, yeah, well, he definitely can word things properly. It's just a bunch of bullshit. Like if I sat here and went, yes, well, the correlating factors combined with the rational output of the inner sanctums of the forsaken... Forget it. Well, when you combine atoms from an equilibrium state and turn them into a convalescent structure, what is that? Oh, I use NASA technology for pork chop. Yeah, it's nothing is reality coming out of there. Yeah, so when you have the structures of analysis like we do, you're able to take that information and turn it into a much more conceivable concept, and therefore when we take the images and apply the filters, you can see right here the nose structure and the lip structure that looks like the... You know what? I wish he would just be honest and say, look at what I did to this image. I've now turned it into an almost unrecognizable object, even as a human. Like, I don't see eyeballs or a nose or a mouth. I see lumps on the screen. Okay, so a better way to do it would just be to take a paintbrush and flick it at a wall and start tracing things that look like eyeballs and a mouth and an ear. Okay, you have a better chance. You know, use pareidolia to your advantage. I mean, hell, we can do it right now. Let's do, where is it? Let's just find a bowl of popcorn somewhere. Bowl of popcorn. Yeah, it's got to be an image out here. I guarantee it there's a human somewhere in here. Let's see. How about that one? Oh, God. That's got to have something in it. Okay, right there. Let's zoom in on that. Okay, I'm going to take that and zoom in there. Oh, Jesus. Can't you guys see it right there? Look at right there. It's a seal. Can you see it right there? The eye... I don't know if you guys... Oh, you can't see it. Here, hold on. Look at it. Can you see right there? It's a seal. See the eyeball and then the nose right there. It's stuck in the popcorn. It's really weird. And then right there, there's this little tiny creature down here with eyeballs. And here, let me take... God, man, this is so intriguing. It's unbelievable, everybody. I don't know... Hey, hold on. You got to see these. These are real. These are not fake. Everything that I'm looking at right now is real. This is what they do on the Kanika Jenkins case, the Delphi case, Every single case that has any kind of video element to it at all, the whack jobs show up and start putting... remember the guy in the Kanika Jenkins case in the kitchen that literally stood for weeks in one position, of course, you know, because we got to... But it actually turned out that it wasn't a person at all. They were just racks. All right, let's do it. Oh, look at an alien laying on its side. You see the almond-shaped eye, the head, and its body kind of tucked in under there? You guys can definitely see that one. I see it. It's definitely an alien. What are you guys seeing in here? I know you see something. Oh, look at this little baby's about to jump off of this thing. There's its head and the body. Maybe a little baby turtle. There's the arm, the back leg, a little baby turtle. It's going to just go ahead and jump right off of that. You can see it, right? That's 100% a turtle about to jump off. I will put up 10 bowls of my Snapshot popcorn up against 200 of Gray Hughes' bowls of popcorn any day. See who has more popcorn. Yeah. I was just doing that with Red Cairo's quote. All right, what do we got here? Anything else there, anybody? God, there's definitely something in here. Like right here. Oh, look at this. Oh my God, a cute little baby wrapped up in, like it's right there. It's a little puppy or some kind of a little baby lamb almost inside of a baby carrying, you know, you see it, right? See the little head there and the little wrapper around. Oh God, it's so cute. I'll tell you what. And that's a monkey. The silhouette of a monkey right there, obviously. See, the eye was right there, and then there's the mouth and everything. Okay. How do you not see that? Yeah, that's what you get. Oh, see, you can see that. That's what I was talking about earlier. Look, it's basically, it looks like a lamb. See, there's the eye, there's this little pointy nose there. It's stuck, and right there is its little, you know, it's like it's, I was going to say paws, but they don't have them, but he's trying to get out. All right, let's see what else we got out here. Now, next time you're looking at your carpet, you'll see a face. And just know instinctively that it's not real, okay? Unfortunately, there's a lot of people that believe those are real things, and therefore yeah, because there's so many creatures in it. Is that what's going on? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Gotta be something. Oh, look, see? The guy's nose. It's right there. And he's got like wings for ears. They kind of go back. There's the forehead. And there's the nose, the eye right there. Just below the nose, and then right there he's like blowing a kiss, and there's a big bearded chin right there, right? Oh yeah, God, it's so clear, everybody. How do you not see it? Now, here's what we need to do. We need to take the outline of this and start comparing it to people you might think are suspects. your POIs, and we'll line it up on all of them. And then over time, we'll start eliminating people. Hey, that's a good idea, Gray, but I've already been doing it with my pork chop. Yeah, that's great, but let's try it with this one. My first response would have been, well, what does the cloud have to do with anything? Yeah, but that doesn't matter, Gray. What matters is... Okay. Well, anyways, you guys, that's it. That was the fun times. Well, I'm glad I was able to make people laugh. Okay? Laughing's important. We started 3 hours and some odd minutes ago. Yeah, no problem. All right. That's true. It was basically a convention out there. Did you ever hear about the girl that was selling lemonade at the end right at the beginning of the 501 trail? That's what I heard. She was selling lemonade, made about $1,000 that day. Thanks, Blappin' on Capaz. On Capaz, maybe. Yeah, it's really weird. And as a matter of fact, there were booths all up and down the trail. They just removed them right around like 1 o'clock. There were literally thousands of... If you talk to Harvey Carroll, there were hundreds and hundreds of people walking around. And it turns out the person he works with is just as crazy. We had this almost these ridiculous Facebook messages back and forth. Just hardly understand a word she says. Just mind-boggling. And then I thought, no wonder. The dramatic repeat of a phrase. What if? What if? All right. So, a little bit of a slower night than normal, but hey, you know what? Not too bad. Cairo came at the end, got us almost up to a normal night. But last night was good, so it kind of makes up for it. But there was... Alright. So thank you to Sarita, A.K. Terrell, Momo, One Sly Angel, Sherlock Hemlock, Rhea Mazzarone, Kathy Friedenmaker, Rhea Mazzarone, Brianna Props, Gwendolyn B., Lee D., Lori Fisher, Amber Maiden, Gwendolyn B., Linda Howell, Fishing in the Dark, DMDJ, Kathy Friedenmaker, Georgina Stoliker, Jennifer Rochelle, Nay Folk, William Zambrano, Paulette Leonard, Lee D., Sarita, Jen H., Fishing in the Dark, Cairo, Jessica Schubach, and Blabanon Capaz. It's probably one of those things. Oh, and thanks, Cairo. Yeah. Awesome. Yeah, and by the way, Cairo's butterfly website. I have never have it memorized, but it's in the description. I have mine up on the wall up here, right above my head there. They're pretty sweet. You should go check them out. It's right below the description. Or what? Patreon? What does that mean? Are those Patreon? What? Huh? What does that mean? No, those are all PayPal donations tonight. I don't have enough Patreon people. I mean, I have like 70 something, but way more channel members. Like, I don't know. But most of them are in the lowest tier, so. I mean, if we had the same amount of channel members and they were all in the upper tier, I would hardly have to, you know, I'd have to make half the amount of super chats. But the super chats are kind of what keep the channel going, and the donations that we make at the end of the month. And I think this month I'm going to put it all into the DNA fund. I got to make sure that the 2 cases that we're doing are fully funded. You guys don't know the other one. Yeah, I talked about it one night, but apparently I can't talk about it now. And then also there was some this account with PayPal and also Gen H PayPals. So thank you very much. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I know sometimes it goes off. You know, we randomly move around to different stuff during the show, but we try to cover cases that a lot of people aren't covering. Because all cases, you know, there's some that you just sort of can't because there's nothing on them, but I think they're so interesting. Some of these, like last night, 2 of those cases I'd never even, or 3 of them I'd never even heard of, and 2 of them though were really interesting. A lot of information on them, and there's nothing on them at all. Yeah, YouTube takes a pretty big chunk, but it's so much easier for people to use. That's the thing. I mean, it's gotten kind of weird this month so far. There's these huge lulls. Like you'll have some super chats and then an hour with 0. And then it really kind of makes you go, wow, what's going on? And then somebody will, but it used to always be where there was 1 here and there, 1. And it does make you a little bit more pumped up. Because that's really the revenue. The ad revenue on the channel is horrible, and it's always been that way. I think the true crime genre, unless you have, 600,000 people, it's kind of hit like that. And then the channel memberships and super chats all make it so then it's doable. Wow, is that a golf course? It's weird. Look at that. That's kind of cool how they did that. 2 different golf courses in that little. Well, thank you, Big Dog, West Virginia NFL. Is that what I'm saying, or WV? I don't know if that's West Virginia or. Yeah. Oh, I got a gold star. Thank you, Zozo. Thank you. Thank you. I'm imitating you right now. Thank you. Thank you. Remember after your song? Thank you. Thank you. I do have a job. Yeah. But I spend just as much time on this. Because while I'm running reports, I can actually be doing research too, so I kind of, there's some crossover time. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, no, we're, you know, I think this is the year we'll have the most tangible, like, we're doing something. I mean, every time you send money to Texas EquiSearch, you know it's going to good use. But you never really get to see it, right? Now, these DNA projects that we're working on, the Bibb County John Doe, that one's huge, you know. Like, even though it's not really a crime, you know, I always look at Jane and John Doe's as they're sort of in the realm anyways, just because it's almost like a crime that they're not identified, you know. It's just wild that there's people that die, and a young person, you know, this guy's like 18 to 20, and he died, and nobody knows who the hell he is. But what, you remember how there was the person who showed up? I thought it was in the papers. This lady showed up a few different times, and they kept trying to find her again, but they never could find her. You remember that? It's a crying shame. Man, there's a channel with almost that exact same name. Just get rid of crying. Cabs are here. Cabs are here. Yeah, you kind of look like a James Dean. Let me see if I can find him really quick. We're going to be talking about him tomorrow. And the other case that was just solved. But oh yeah, it's almost over. Don't worry. There it is. Okay. See, look at how horrible. This is the one I was telling you guys. Look at this. Look at that picture they made of him. He didn't look like that at all. It's terrible. It's one of the worst looking things I've ever seen. Yeah, here we go. I've actually got, these are really good pictures of him. Watch this. They make him look like an orc here. Look at the difference between that and that one. I mean, do you think he looks like that at all? And the one on the left? Yeah, he doesn't look like that at all. Okay, but this guy right here is a 1961 hitchhiker who was killed right after he got picked up. You know, the guy never really got to get his name yet. The driver lived after he hit a bridge and he got ejected and died. And he's never been identified since 1961. Now here's another picture from the side. So you can probably rotate it around. So there's a side picture. But look at that. That doesn't look like this guy. That's just such a horrible... They have his ears all low and shit. It's just... Well, and then on his arm, he had kind of a tattoo that he put on there. And look at that. It said RY plus love, but it was just like carved into his skin. See that? I wonder what, like RY might have been like a girlfriend, but I'm not really sure what that even means. It's kind of a strange RY plus love. What do you think that could mean? Well, look at that. Robert Yates, RY. RY plus love. I wonder if those are other words, because it's sort of strange. Like, let's just say that was Betty. Betty plus love. Does that even make sense? And maybe that's not a Y there. Maybe that's an R, and this is like some other thing, and that's an 1 over X. Hey, there's the algebra again. R. It looks like that is a plus. And then if that is a plus, then that does look like a Y. Yeah, but RU plus love? I don't know. It's weird. You wonder how he died almost. He didn't look too bad. And there's the car actually being towed. Car being towed from Cahaba River. Unidentified hitchhiker died in the accident. Let's see. As we went to press Wednesday morning, the Jack Lee Funeral Home announced plans for the funeral services Thursday afternoon at 2 o'clock for the unidentified hitchhiker who was killed at River Bend last Monday night when the automobile in which he was riding plunged into the Cahaba River. We understand that the state has entered the investigation of this case, and there is some possibility that the state may take charge of the body and place it in cold storage. But as of this time, plans for funeral services have been announced for Thursday. During the past week, a number of people have viewed the body of this young man, some of these people coming from other states, and a large number of telephone calls have been received, but no one has been able to identify him as of yet. It's in Alabama. This is Bibb County, Alabama, and we are paying for the genetic genealogy. It's in they're doing enrichment right now because it was 40% human DNA, but a large portion of DNA, and 60% not, so bacteria. And so they're now enrichment, what she describes it as, removing the hay from a haystack to get the needle. Although there's a lot more needles since there's 40%, right? During the past, okay, so let me go to the next one. I'll just give you the refresher really quick. I don't think so. Flapping. Random. It's actually sort of funny though. But anyway. An unidentified teenage boy killed in a traffic accident March 27th was buried Thursday. His grave marker says simply unknown. I wonder why they put simply on there. I'm just kidding. The boy believed to be 13 or 14 years old. Wow, really? I don't think so. They think he's 14 to 17. So that's pretty weird, right? I mean, why isn't there somebody missing him? The boy believed to be, we'll just say 14 to 17, had hitched a ride in a car which crashed into the Cahaba River The driver swam to safety. Coroner Jack Lee said residents of this Alabama community raised money to pay for a grave marker. Very cool of them. It will contain the boy's photograph in hopes that someday he will be identified. Investigators said the boy told persons with whom he had ridden that he was hitchhiking from the Carolinas to California to go into the service, he said. So if he was going to go in the service, he couldn't have been 14, right? Okay, now I'm just got a couple more to look at here. Alright. An unidentified young boy killed while hitchhiking in Alabama March 27th. This is April 22nd. Was not a youngster who disappeared from his California home March 21st. The nameless youth was killed in an automobile accident near Centerville after he had been picked up by 3 motorists. When efforts to identify the victim failed, the people of Bibb County held an elaborate funeral for the boy. Huh. That's pretty cool. An actual elaborate funeral. Engraved on the tombstone were the words "unknown, killed in an automobile accident." That's what it literally says, is this sentence right here. Unknown, killed in an automobile accident March 27, 1961. 1 week before the accident, Randall Cobb, 13, disappeared from his home in Daly City. So that's a different kid. The chance that the Alabama victim may have been Randall was ruled out Thursday by Lieutenant Willie B. Painter of the Alabama Public Safety Department. He said the accident victim had perfect teeth and no hernia scar. So, you know, this victim, the Cobb County John Doe, had perfect teeth. He does look pretty young there, doesn't he? Looks like he, could be 16, 17. Alright, so that says Miss Mary McNeese says an unidentified automobile victim buried at Centerville may be her son. A young boy hitchhiked a ride in Bibb County March 27th. A short time later, the automobile plunged into the Cahaba River. Authorities at Centerville widely published descriptions of the youth but were unable to identify him. Bibb County Sheriff Harold Daly sent Mrs. McNeese a photograph of the dead boy. She was unable to say whether he was her son. Mrs. McNeese said her son had been working in Pensacola, Florida, and had telephoned her March 25th asking for money. She said he planned to hitchhike to Savannah, Georgia. She had not heard from him since. Mrs. McNeese said her son was James Biles. He was 17. The boy's father, Ernest Biles, said he verified with the boy's former employer at Pensacola that he had left his job. All right, let me go back to these first ones again. I'm trying to find that article that said something about this lady. James White, driver of the car, he picked up a hitchhiker, that the car went out of control and crashed into the river. The body of a young boy apparently headed west. He was killed in a freak automobile accident. Lies unidentified in a funeral home here. I didn't know there were so many missing young boys, said Coroner Jack Lee. The boy, believed to be 14 or 15 years old, was killed Monday night. He had hitched a ride with James White near this west central Alabama town. 5 miles down the road, White's car went out of control and crashed into 20 feet of water in the Cahaba River. White swam to safety. Skin divers removed the boy's body from the car several hours later, so he probably just drowned. White said the youth told him he was heading to San Diego, California from the Carolinas. Authorities have only blurred photograph with a fond inscription So he had they did have a photograph, a cigarette tax stamp from South Carolina, and some initials apparently cut into the forearms, and they seek to identify him. Lee said he had been contacted by families of Montgomery, Tuscaloosa. Okay, the boy is from none of these families, he said. He did not name the families who contacted him. We are back where we started. The boy had 50 cents in his pocket and a package of cigarettes, being a South Carolina tax stamp. On his left arm were scars which spelled out RK. I thought it said RY. It says RK Love. I wonder why they said K. It didn't, sure as hell didn't look like a... Let's see if we see that. Yeah, I don't see a K there at all, do you guys? With a plus sign between the initials and the word, the scars apparently were self-inflicted. Lee described the boy as about 5'6", 112 to 120 pounds, with blue eyes, light brown hairs, a 4-inch scar on his right ankle, and a 1/2-inch crescent-shaped scar on his upper right forehead. Let's see. I think that's the same one. I'm just trying to find, I thought I read that, and maybe I was... Okay, let's check out this one longer one. Maybe it's in here. County and state officers continued Wednesday morning to seek identification of a hitchhiker killed Monday night when the automobile in which he was riding failed to make a curve, hitting a bridge railing, and crashed into the Cahaba River. The driver of the car escaped death by crawling through a window and swimming to safety. Highway patrolman Glenn Smitherman and Joe Smith said White, 36, of Cottondale, was the driver of the car. He said the automobile landed in water about 20 feet deep after hitting a railing of the bridge and sailing through the air about 250 feet. The accident occurred at 6:13 p.m. White said he picked up the hitchhiker several miles from the scene of the wreck. He said he crawled through the window of the car and swam to safety after it sank into the river. Johnny Goodwin of the River Bend community saw the wreckage on the bridge, stopped to clear it off so he could pass, and heard White calling for help. Man, he wasn't even going to do shit. He was just, yeah, car, shit, move it out of the way. Oh, wait, somebody yelled. Goodwin called the Bibb County Sheriff's Office and State Highway Patrol. White was taken to Bibb County Hospital and then transferred to Druid City Hospital in Tuscaloosa, where he was admitted. His condition is described as not serious. 3 skin divers from Montgomery were called to search for the body of the hitchhiker. The skin divers were Lloyd Harris, Bill Warr, and Joe Hunter. The body was discovered in the back seat of the car and was recovered at 9:20 p.m. State toxicologist Robert Johnson was called in on the case to assist in the identification. Coroner Jack Lee said the hitchhiker received a broken neck. Oh, so that's how he died. And his left hand was broken in 2 places in the wreck. The hitchhiker appeared to be in his late teens. He had a billfold, but there was no identification. Only a small photo of himself and a girl. So that girl probably has those initials then. He had a tattoo on his left arm with the words RY, and then it says in love, but looks like it said plus. He also had a suitcase containing several articles of clothing. Participating in rescue operations were the Centerville Civil Air Patrol, the Perry County Civil Defense Squad, and the Bibb County Sheriff's Office. As the paper went to the press Wednesday morning, the youthful hitchhiker remains unidentified. His body is lying in state at Jack Lee Funeral Home, where he is being viewed by persons in the hope of establishing his identity. A number of telephone calls have been received from different places over the country concerning the young man. Fingerprints and laundry marks in his clothing have been sent to the FBI laboratory in Washington by Sheriff Harold Daly in the hopes of establishing identification. Huh? What's going on? A sketch of the youth is being prepared in Birmingham to be circulated should the written description fail to shed any light on his identification. Okay, well that was it. Let me read what it says in here. Let's see. The clothing the boy carried with him indicated he may have been from the north. The cigarettes he carried were South Carolina. His body was displayed for a few days at a funeral home, where it was observed by travelers from across the country. Here it is. An elderly, heavy-set, and gray-haired woman was noticed to have spent more time than others when viewing the body. She even returned a second day in a row, but left before any information could be taken from her. See, that's interesting, isn't it? The boy was later buried in the Centerville Cemetery several weeks after he died. A woman from Huntsville believed the boy was their own until a discrepancy with the eye color indicated the descendant was not her child. And yeah, it's in all these different, what's that one? Nothing. Alright, well anyways, there you go. Sorry for the other tangent there, but that's the one we'll be talking some about tomorrow, about how the DNA is going in that one. We're also going to talk about, you know, the DNA and the troubles they had in the case that they just solved. Identifinders International, Colleen Fitzpatrick, and Misty, the Uber genealogist. Nah, it's okay. Alright, everybody. That is going to be it. I will see you guys tomorrow. I appreciate you guys all showing up, and there you go. Hopefully we'll get this one solved, and we're all going to feel like $1 million, because it's all you guys, all of your support helps keep my channel going and creates these massive funds that we're able to put together to do things like this. So, I mean, I don't even remember what it was, right? I just remember it was a show one time where we said, wouldn't it be cool to fund? And it just sort of was weird, this kind of serendipity, you know. I had already known Colleen Fitzpatrick, but she was working at, you know, the DNA Doe project. And then all of a sudden she has her own identifinders, and then it sort of all, we just sort of figured out how we could, you know, have a place to donate the funds, and then it's just used for these cases in small towns that don't really have the budget to do it. So, cool. All right, everybody, we will see you guys tomorrow. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. Yeah, I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector, plug rejector.
I'm a certified human lie detector. We're gonna get ya.
What's wrong with you? Well, I was trying to do it really loud to piss off the guy who didn't like it.
Is my nectar. Wait, that's me, not you.
Oh, sorry.
Freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pup protector, fool deflector, interceptor. Well, I mean a little spectre with a vector on his spectre. With all respect, y'all, just remember I've a temple fucking check ya. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender. and I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal the true offender. Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody? Talk to you later.
Crime dissector, pterodactyl. Now, hey Gray, have you ever thought of, can you do that one case? You know, the Johnson family murders?
The Johnson family murders? Never heard of them.
Yeah, you know, the Johnson family murders. No, I'd really like you to talk.
Well, I was talking about something else. I was doing a different case.
Oh, okay, well, gee, you're so mean. This is a true crime show, isn't it?
No, it is, but that's not what I'm talking about, you idiot.
Gosh, Gray, you called me an idiot.
Well, you were being an idiot. Yes, it's a true crime show, but no, I'm not going to be talking about your freaking case right now. Okay, I'm on to something else.
Gee. Gosh, Gray, you're so mean to me.
Good night, Jennifer Rochelle.
Gene, the encyclopedia's back. Nobody's even talking about anything that she's talking about, but she's still putting in all the facts. Yay! Genepedia. She smoked some weedia. Smoke some media. Genepedia. I hate the media. I hate the media. Genepedia. Smoke some media. Hello.
Oh my god. Every time the music pauses, you say hello like it's... You know, there's no reason for it. The music's coming back on.
I know, Gray. Gee. Genepedia. Talk to the media. Genepedia. She's a human. Wait. Talk to the media. Genepedia. She's a human encyclopedia. Human encyclopedia. Talk to the media. Genepedia. collaborate and listen. I said Mac with his brand new invention, something. Wrapped a hold of me tightly, flows like a harpoon daily and nightly. Will it ever stop, yo? I don't know. Turn off the lights and I'll glow to the extreme. I bet the mic like a vandal, line up the stage, I bet the jump like a candle, dance. Close the speakers up, boom, killing your brain like a poisonous mushroom, deadly. When I play a dope melody, anything less than the best is a felony. Love it or leave it, better game way, better hit bulls that a kid don't play. If there was a problem, yo, I'll solve it. Check out the hook where my DJ revolved it. The party is jumping, with the bass kicked in and the Vegas are pumping. Quick to the point, cause the point no faking. Cooking MCs like a pound of bacon. Burning them, ain't quick and nimble. I go crazy when you hear the cymbal with a hi-hat, with a souped up tempo. I'm on a roll, time to go solo, rolling in my 5.0 with the rag top down so my hair can blow. The killers on standby, waiting to say hi. Did you stop? No, just drove on, kept on. Pursuing to the next stop. About the left, I'm headed to the neck dock. About the dead, y'all, so I continued to A1A. Detroit Avenue, girls were hot wearing less than bikinis. Rock men lovers driving Lamborghinis. Jealous, cause I'm out getting mine. She was a gauge and my number was a 9. Gunshots ranged out like a bell. I grab it on the hurley shells falling on the concrete real fast. Jumped in my car, slammed on the gas. Bumper to bumper, avenues packed. Time to get away from the jack, cause jack. Police from the scene, you know what I mean? They got me up, confronted all the dope fiends. Hey, where's my music? Gee!
Well, you gotta speed up your raps a little bit.
I can't go any faster than that. Gee!
If you say G one more time, I'm gonna delete you.
Why, Gray? That's not very nice.
Because I don't like it.
The Y is pronounced ye. It's silent. You see what I'm saying? Oh. Jack and Jill went up the hill, each with a buck and a quarter. Jill came down with $2.50. Ooh. Kill's father sat down beside her and said, "Hey, what's in the bowl, biatch?" Thanks, everybody. That was really fun, even though Gray was really mean to me the whole night. As a matter of fact, the one time...
Would you just shut the hell up, please? God! It's unreal.
Gosh, Gray. You're so mean.
You sound like you just got done smoking a cigarette.
Well, I just had one earlier, but...
Oh, boy. All right, everybody. We'll see you guys later. And be safe out there. Oh, don't forget Colleen and Misty tomorrow. All right?
Can I say goodnight, too?
Oh, God. Go ahead.
Good night, everybody. I hope you still like me more than John Boy and Gray.
Oh, boy.